too, so if you can find a seat. So thank you very much for, are we live streamed? Okay, thank you very much for joining us today. It is a wintry morning and we appreciate you making the extra effort to come here today. My name is Darrell Lougheed. I'm Councillor for Division 3 and Reeve, and today I will be chair as well of this meeting. It is Tuesday, February 21st, 2023, and welcome to Clearwater County's Special Council meeting. An agenda has been circulated. Actually, I should mention, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information may be included in public documents as per FOIP 40-1. And with that, I call the meeting to order at, I believe we're about 9:02. This clock is going to kill me all day long. It's only going to be right once today, so it's going to get me. But anyway, there has been an agenda circulated. I would look to council member to motion to adopt the agenda, please.
I so move.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. That takes us down the agenda to item 3.1, which is a public hearing, and that is relating to Bylaw 1132/22, Clearwater County Municipal Development Plan. So I'll outline, actually I'll call this hearing to order at, what's our time now, folks? 9:03. So I'll outline the process we will use today. So first of all, everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall address council and shall identify themselves, their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor or opposed to the bylaw. Individuals may speak for a maximum of 5 minutes, and one spokesperson per group or organization may speak for a maximum of 10 minutes. You will notice there will be a timer on the screen, and we do have a timekeeper here as well. 5 minutes does sound like a long time, but it goes very quickly. So I would suggest that if you have important points to make in your presentation, you do those early, because the microphone will be cut off at the 5-minute mark. Keep comments constructive and not disruptive. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. And I will try to arrange those for 10 minutes out of every hour. Firstly, Clearwater County staff and their consultant will explain the background and reasoning for the proposed update to the Municipal Development Plan, as well give a summary of the proposed changes. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then, anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. Clearwater County staff and their consultant will speak last and thus respond to any issues raised previously. Before I turn it over to staff to do some of the background information and summary, I think we'll just take a moment to do some introductions, and so I will start with Councillor Graham to my far right.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for braving our lovely Alberta roads this morning. I'm Sydney Graham, and I'm a councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, everybody. Jordan Northcott, Division 4 councillor, and yeah, thanks to everybody for coming to attend this morning.
You gotta speak up, man.
Okay, how's that there? Good morning, everybody. Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor. Thank you for coming, everybody, here this morning.
Good morning, Jenny Melhoff, Deputy Reeve and the Councillor for Division 1. I echo my teammates here when I say thank you very much for coming and braving the roads this morning. It's obviously very important to very many people. Have a great day.
Good morning. Neil Ratcliffe. I'm Councillor for Division 5. Thank you all for coming to participate in democracy here today.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6. Thank you very much for coming. It's great to see so many people believe in this. Thank you.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7. I echo the rest of the team here, and let's have a great day.
And maybe the staff table, if you have, I think you have a microphone, and please introduce yourselves as well.
Thank you, Bylaw. Good morning, Rick Emmond, CAO.
Good morning, Jose Reyes, Director of Planning and Development.
Good morning, Liz Armitage with Vicinity Planning and Engagement, the consultant who's been working on this project.
Good morning, I'm Kim Gillum, Senior Planner with Clearwater County.
Well, great. Thank you all for introducing yourselves. To start off, I guess I will ask Liz Armitage if she would like to outline the background to the process and the content of the draft MDP, please.
Thank you very much. Up on the screen, you will see a presentation. It is similar to the one that we did at the first reading. We're going to go through it today. For those who are on the live stream, you should be seeing the screen, not me, so that you can see the content as well. So the first question is, why is the county updating the MDP? The best practice in the province is that MDPs, or municipal development plans, are reviewed and updated on a regular basis. And so this project was initiated in 2019 to review and update the 2010 MDP. Part of the factors that have been looked at through this process are that the county's population is aging, which, if I can remember how to use that, you can see here the green lines are the older population, and you can see that those are going up. We can also see that the population growth in this chart is pretty stagnant over the last number of years, back all the way to 1996. We did have some growth, and now we've kind of leveled off. So the household makeup is also changing. When we look at the information, we can see that the average household size in Clearwater County is decreasing. We can also see that there are more households with only one person in them. The county's employment opportunities are also changing. Especially in the last couple of years with COVID, we've seen more different types of employment and impacts on how people have been able to work. We also have ongoing requests from landowners for revisions to the subdivision and development opportunities. And so we will be discussing those ones throughout today. So the project history is that the MDP that's currently in place, 923/10, was adopted by Council in July 2010. Every municipality in the province of Alberta is mandated by the provincial government to have an MDP. So that one is currently in place for the county. The review of the MDP started in 2019 by County Council, and in 2020, Council adopted the terms of reference to guide the review of the MDP process. And the terms of reference included creating a steering committee, which includes all of Clearwater County Council members. In December of 2019, Clearwater County retained the services of Parkland Community Planning Services. In August 2022, Vicinity Planning and Engagement, myself, was engaged to complete the MDP. Both firms are Alberta-based companies with extensive rural Alberta planning experience, with all staff and operations located in Alberta. This project has had an extensive community engagement element to it. Due to COVID-19, a variety of traditional virtual engagement opportunities were utilized. Council directed that the existing MDP be updated rather than replaced, and key areas requiring expansion and further public engagement were identified. Those 4 areas were subdivision of land, aggregate and resource extraction, private campgrounds, and private recreational uses. In 2022, community consultation was guided by 5 community engagement objectives. The first was collaborate with residents to develop the MDP community vision and values. Second was to create awareness for the MDP website and engagement dates. Third was to provide multiple opportunities for the community members to provide feedback. We also, number 4, was to encourage feedback from residents on draft MDP policy direction. And then we also, number 5 is receive and consider public input on the draft MDP policies. So through 2022, we engaged with the public through 6 open houses throughout the community. So we had Leslieville, Nordegg, Rocky Mountain House in this building, in this room, Caroline, and then we also had 2 virtual meetings, one due to unexpected issues had to be delayed and rescheduled. And then we also had an online newspaper survey. We did radio advertising, 3 YouTube videos, 2 Marketplace on Main events, promotional poster at local community events, newspaper and social media advertising, and website advertising. We also, after completing all of that, did the Municipal Development Plan Public Engagement Summary, What We Heard report, which provided a summary of everything that was heard and is available on the municipal website under the MDP. So now we're going to start to talk about the draft MDP that is before council at this point in time. We revised the draft based on some of the feedback received and presented it to council for first reading. The proposed MDP is not meant to be a replacement document. Rather, it is intended to be an update to reflect current community trends and needs. However, we are recommending a repeal and replace to simplify the process. I see we're pulling out more chairs, so I'm just going to stop for a second and let people know there are still seats up near the front. So if you are there, we can see a bunch over here. So feel free to come closer to us. So I'll get back to the presentation. For the draft MDP, we proposed 5 guiding principles in no particular order. The quality of life being one of them, opportunities to live, work, and play, and achieve fulfillment safely. We also looked at community social growth, chances to explore, meet, and grow strong connections with people and places, a variety of living options and choices for different household needs, large or small family, lifestyle preference, rural or semi-rural setting, and stages of life, retirees or young families. Another guiding principle is agricultural production, opportunities for agricultural operations and the people who make agriculture their livelihood. Economic prosperity is a 4th guiding principle, so diverse mix of economic activities and sectors providing employment and wealth creation. And lastly, environmental stewardship. Healthy, natural, and working landscapes able to sustain wildlife, natural functions, and human activities. The remainder of the presentation, we're going to talk about specific areas of the MDP that have been amended. And the first one we're going to talk about is subdivisions, which is section 10 in the proposed document. What we are proposing at this time is a maximum total of 3 titles per quarter section. A maximum of 15 acres can be used for subdivision for residential purposes, with minimal exceptions. Fragmented parcels will count towards the maximum of 3 titles per quarter section, but may be in excess of 15 acres. A 3-year trial period has been identified. Multi-lot subdivisions will continue to require an ASP or an outline plan prior to approval. Defined within the MDP, multi-lot subdivisions consist of 4 or more lots and must be located within half a mile of a paved county or provincial road. Servicing standards for multi-lot subdivisions will be determined through the ASP or outline plan process. And you'll see here some graphics that are just examples of what subdivisions could look like. Ultimately, administration doesn't propose how people will subdivide their land, they propose. So these are just examples. There could be other ways that people look at their land and propose subdivisions. We wanted to present the difference between the current MDP that's in place versus what's proposed. So we're going to spend a little bit of time on this slide talking about first the MDP regulations. The current MDP essentially offers unlimited first subdivisions and unlimited fragmentation subdivisions. So subdivisions that are based on a river or a creek or some feature on the land that makes it so that there's a difference between them. So ravines, or basically you can't cross it easily. The proposed MDP talks about unlimited first subdivisions and then a maximum of 20 second subdivisions, including fragmented subdivisions. What the big difference to me is it takes it from natural fragmentation being open to some people whose land has fragmentation on it. The additional in the new one means the first 20 people who apply have the opportunity for it. To me, a lot of this part is about equality. So anyone has the opportunity, but for the first 3 years, it's a maximum of 20. And that is a trial period that is intended to see how it works. And if council can come back and change that, if it doesn't work. So when we look at the current MDP and we look at the total number of applications, the first parcel subdivisions between 2010 and 2022, there is an average of 19 subdivisions per year. 8 was the lowest and the highest was 31. Note, this is an interesting tidbit, from 2000 to 2009, the average was 53 per year. And the lowest was 28 and the highest was 88. We don't know why there is a change after 2009, but there was a distinct change that saw less first subdivisions happening. When we look at the fragmentation subdivisions from 2010 to 2022, there was an average of 7 fragmented subdivisions per year, the lowest being 3 and the highest being 16. When we look at the proposed MDP, based on these numbers, administration has made some estimates. The first being that approximately 19 first parcel out subdivisions per year. That 19 is based on the last, from 2010 to 2022, there was 19. So that is where that number is from. Doesn't mean it won't go up or it won't go down, but we're estimating an average of 19. And then we're estimating approximately 20 second subdivisions per year, with the idea that 10 to 13 subdivisions in addition to the existing 7 that are happening through the natural fragmentation. Sorry, not natural, just fragmentation. Again, these are estimates. We don't know, and that's where the 3-year trial period will help determine what is happening. So when we look at the sizes, when we look at the current MDP, right now the rule is that you can have 7 acres for a subdivision if it's developed, 5 acres if it's undeveloped, and that's per the land use bylaw regulations. When we look at fragmentation, the average size has been 25 acres per subdivision. So when we look at the proposed MDP, if you assume 15 acres between 2 residential parcels, because the MDP proposes a maximum of 15 acres for the subdivisions, most subdivisions will be approximately 7 to 8 acres in size. When we look at the additional 10 to 13 subdivisions at 7 to 8 acres per parcel, it's approximately 0.02% of the total privately owned land in Clearwater County per year that could be impacted. Again, these are estimates. We can look back in a year or 2 years, should it be approved, and be able to analyze what has happened. These are estimates based on the policy and what we have seen so far. An additional change that we are proposing is private recreational uses and private campgrounds. Policies have been modified to encourage small-scale campgrounds and private recreation uses. We also have policies related to resource extraction, a modified approval process to require a land use bylaw amendment to a direct control district prior to development approval to ensure that council is involved in the decision-making process. As the land use bylaw amendment process has to go before council and has to have a public hearing. We've also updated the goals for each section throughout the document. We've also done a review of the definitions. We've added new definitions for some commonly used terms, including fragmentation and qualified professional. We've also cross-referenced the definitions with the land use bylaw to ensure consistency. We've also added policies about alternative and renewable energies in support of development of them, including but not limited to wind turbines, solar panels, and geothermal, with the future land use bylaw amendment getting into the details of what that looks like. We've also talked a lot about future studies and that land use bylaw amendment that I just mentioned. Identification of future studies that the county may undertake, such as an agricultural master plan, economic development strategy, and short-term rental regulations. We've also talked about the future land use bylaw amendment, are identified evaluating secondary suites and direct control district for resource extraction. That doesn't mean they'll necessarily be included. It means there will be a review of whether or not they should be. And that'll be done in the document where those regulations would be included. We've worked really hard on improved readability. So the language, the graphics, the organization of the document, and spelling and grammar. We have touched up those when we found those. And that's it for the presentation. And I believe I will hand it back to the Reeve.
Well, thank you very much, Liz, for that outline. Does council have any questions of either Liz or staff? Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I just want to confirm process. Throughout this, we've heard a lot from the public. I'm assuming that after a public hearing and we've had the opportunity to digest this information, we can propose amendments to this document where we see that they may be required from hearing from the public and from what we found within the document.
Thank you very much. Did I turn it off? No, it's working? Okay. The process for today is to collect information and feedback from the community members who are here. And so it's about listening today, collecting that information and that feedback. And then typically the next process would be that administration, based on the feedback, will make some modifications and present that to council for second and third reading. We don't have a time estimate on that because we don't know the feedback we're going to get. So typically that's the process. Ultimately, administration is going to follow the will of council and be looking to you guys for some direction. But I anticipate, based on everybody in this room, that we will be doing some modifications and working through that process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions from council? Seeing none, I move on through our hearing today. At this time, I would ask staff to present any comments received from referral agencies. And I'll go to Ms. Gillum for that, please.
Thank you. Okay, so the Town of Rocky Mountain House said thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the MDP. Town Council was presented the county's proposed MDP on February 7th on their meeting for comments. The Town of Rocky Mountain has no concerns or comments to the proposed MDP. Lacombe County appreciates the opportunity to review and comment on the proposed new MDP and offers no comment. Red Deer County, thank you for giving us an opportunity to review and comment on the proposed MDP. Red Deer County appreciates your consideration of continuing to work, communicate, and collaborate with neighboring municipalities, including Red Deer County. We only have one question regarding what major developments would be defined as to warrant a referral to adjacent municipalities. As a quick note, policy 7.2.4 may be referring to a different policy, some numbering error. And the Clearwater County Public Works Infrastructure has reviewed the proposal and has no objection to the request. And that's all for the agency comments.
Okay, thank you very much. I just would invite if staff or our consultant has any response to those agency comments.
We appreciate the feedback that we've received, and we'll definitely, the couple questions and the note about the one policy that's typo will be corrected.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving down through the meeting or the hearing agenda here now, at this time, anyone in favor of the application, or that would be any comment from any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application? And I think staff was going to call up 3 people at a time to kind of utilize, so you don't have to wait in a long lineup. So we're going to kind of gauge it that way at first here. We'll call the first 3 potential speakers up first, and then we'll start the opportunity to share your comments.
Thank you. So I'm going to list 3 names here that we've highlighted that are planning to speak in support. Daryl Meisner, Sam Quintel, and Penny Lougheed. And there are 2 chairs for people waiting to speak at the front, and then 1 person can speak first.
So welcome. If you would please state your name for the record, and then go ahead, please, with your comments.
All right, I will. Thank you very much. Dustin, did that presentation get?
Yes, Peter has it.
All right. Can we get that up here, please? Yes, so thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is, for me, this is fundamentally the biggest decision that you'll make today is regarding subdivision proposals. So I just want to say why I support the proposals. My name is Daryl Meisner. I live on the Oris Road, north of Highway 12, and I'm a resident of Clearwater County, and these are my opinions only. I see the clock hasn't started. Do I get 10 minutes?
I noticed that. I'm just, we're looking to our
There it goes.
timekeeper staff to, there we're going. So
Can we have the next slide, please? You'll have to work with me because I'm going to work fast with these slides. Next slide, please. So I just think that we have some economic issues in the country and in the province that are flowing downhill. We see our middle class, people are hurting out there. In between Justin Trudeau printing money and we don't know where that's going to land. I do think that our past councils have done a very good job, in my opinion, of managing budgets and developing infrastructure over time that has not resulted in a large tax increases to the tax base. Next slide, please. I'm not convinced, however, that we can rely on the existing revenue streams that we currently have to maintain county budgets and not increase residential or industrial taxes. I don't think we can look realistically into the future and say those dollars will always be there. I think we need to take care of ourselves. We have an excellent, next slide please. We have an excellent road grid, power availability, and a land base to increase the rural population density. You just look at the province twinning Highway 11. It's a sign of the times. What Clearwater County can look forward to. Next slide, please. I believe it's the correct time to allow the second parcel out. Next slide, please. Protection of agricultural land. I believe fundamentally that this whole discussion is about a fair balance between the rights of the ag community and non-farming landowners. I don't believe that good farmland is under threat anywhere in Clearwater County. I've lived here all my life, and I just don't believe that. Population growth, next slide please. Population growth has been a steadily manageable increase, primarily by industrial opportunities, not necessarily agriculture. You don't see rampant subdivision expansion. People move here for certain reasons. Next slide please. Currently, most producers have relationships with non-farming landowners. Those won't change. Nothing in the MDP forces anyone to do anything they don't want to do. Existing relationships will continue as they have in the past. No one is forcing anyone to do anything they don't want to do with their land. Next slide, please. The landowner will know that they have good land. They don't need regulation. We don't need more regulations. The marketplace will prioritize good land retention, and current relationships will continue to exist. Next slide, please. Clearly, I believe there's other instruments that are out there that are available rather than an outright ban on second parcels. And I do believe this fundamentally, the council needs to step back from influencing the marketplace and not use regulation to benefit one community at the expense of another. Next slide, please. Given the high costs, we can see our demographics are changing. The historical norm of agricultural land use is changing. Large operations are getting bigger and small family operations are getting smaller. Small operations are good agricultural opportunities and should be embraced by council. Small-scale farming is a good deal. Next slide, please. Small parcel lands potentially grow more food per hectare. Gardens, chickens, take 6 acres of good pasture for one cow-calf pair. 6 acres is one family and a garden and fruit trees and everything else forever. I believe that other land use opportunities must be provided for non-farming landowners, rather than every acre be preserved for pasture. More acreages, more gardens, more kids in schools, more buses, more business opportunities, and more growth. Thank you. Next slide, please. Retirement planning. Clearly, the demographic for landowners, we're all getting older. Some people don't want to farm anywhere, but they want to live on their land. Second parcel allows landowners to stay on their land and maximize their retirement goals and income. Landowners have the right to manage their property as they see reasonable. The subdivision of a second acreage will allow more residents to stay in the land while ensuring a secure financial retirement. It's their land. They should be able to parcel it out and take that money and live off of it. Next slide, please. My personal picture. Next slide, please. There's my quarter up in the Orris Road. Now that's a 12-acre subdivision based on the first proposal, but cut it off at 5 acres. There's no reason why that subdivision should not be approved. It's not impacting anybody. It's not impacting my neighbors. There's no reason for it. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. My daughter wants to live out there. Second parcel, please. Or next slide, please. Clearly, there's no impact on ag use, and it costs county nothing. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm out of time.
Well, thank you very much for using your time. And
I should get 20 more seconds because they were pretty slow on my slides. Thank you.
thank you so much. And that's a good reminder too as well. And when somebody's doing their presentation, if you can hold your applause till they're done their presentation, that's very respectful. So I appreciate you doing that as well. So, would there be any questions at this time? If not, we would move on to our next presenter, please. Welcome, and please identify yourself.
Good afternoon, Sam Quintel, a member of the community here. And I have a quarter of land, of course, but my concerns are there are quarters of land out there, depending on landowners, if you want to farm, keep it as a farming community. But quarters of land that are not farmable, and whether they be fragmented or not by rivers, by railroad tracks, so on and so forth. There's multiple scenarios, but and that brings in this new law, which would be, in my case, beautiful. I live on the banks of a river, the Clearwater River, and it's terraced and it's not farmable land at all. And at this point in time, because there is a subdivision off it and a parcel taken out across the river, that was before I bought the property. And I'm sitting there, I'm getting of age, and what I built when I was younger was very nice, and now I'm getting too old to look after it. Now, I don't want to leave the property. I don't want to move into town. I want to build a nice little flat off to the side where I can live, no stairs, no, just simplify my life. And with this, if this does not go through, I can't sell a parcel of my property. And I think if you have good farmland, that would be your decision if you want to keep it farmland or not. In my case, which I don't live on a quarter of farmland, it's a fragmented quarter already, and it's not farmable, that should come under recognition. And thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Certainly, thank you. Thank you very much for sharing with us this morning. And I would invite our next speaker to come forward, please. I think I've met you before.
Yeah, I think so. Hi, my name is Penny Lougheed, and I own a farm in Clearwater County and also grew up on a farm that was in Clearwater County in a different location. I just wanted to say that my mother, when she left her farm up by the Gimlet area, she had the choice to subdivide at that time and chose not to, and did end up selling her farm to a young farmer who now could sell that farm for way more than what he purchased it. So all of these things that I'm telling you are about choice. Our farm also has many fragments we could take off it and do subdivisions, and our choice has been not to do that. And what I appreciate about the MDP is that it does give that choice to landowners to do with their property as they wish and what is best for their family. And I thank all of the staff who are family, friends, and neighbors to all of us for working on this for the community and listening to the feedback they've been given. So thank you very much. I am in favor of the MDP.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call the next three names: Diane Hall, Kelly Hall, I think it says, and Ben Swanson.
So again, welcome, and please state your name.
I'm Diane Hall. Thank you for having me today. Our sixth-generation family has owned land in Clearwater County for over 120 years. We are in support of the MDV provision, which would allow 2 parcels from a quarter for a total of 3 titles per quarter. Recent survey results show a high percentage of residents in disagreement of 2 parcels out. A letter submitted by the county's Taxpayer Association dated December 13th stated 78% were in favor of 1 parcel out, while 64% were opposed to 2 parcels out. Through further examination, only 345 surveys were completed. Clearwater County has about 12,000 residents, which means only 2.9% participated. The results actually show 1.7% of residents disagree, which is approximately 220 people out of 12,000. March 2022 statistics from Clearwater County Geographic Information shows a table comparing subdivided and unsubdivided quarters. The county has a total of 28,598 quarters. Of these quarters, only 3,170 are privately owned. This means we are debating what will happen to 11% of the quarters within the county, not the remaining 89% allowed for Crown or public use. When we examine how many quarters have 1 parcel out, how many of those are family owned to help share farming responsibilities? On the flip side, how many of the 53.5% of quarters that do not have a parcel out have multiple homes on the property? Each home requires a yard, which is also taking land away from agriculture. We have many examples in our county which fall into this category, but are conveniently not mentioned by those stating their land and food sources are at risk. Based on the 11% of privately owned land in question, my top 3 reasons for allowing 2 parcels out are as follows. First of all, I'm not interested in taking land away from farmers, just as farmers should not have the power to decide what I can do with my land. We need to stop fighting, insulting, and blocking every new idea or change that is introduced. We can all agree that not all land is equal in agricultural value, composition, or demographics, and not all families have equal financial opportunities to manage their land. To give an example, our private quarter has about 40 acres of steep ridge and 60 acres of marshland, all impossible to farm or graze cattle on. This leaves 60 acres of farmable land, which we took 100 bales of hay off. At $100 a bale, totaling $10,000, this doesn't exactly pay the bills. I'm hearing on one hand, locals don't want their farmland taken away and split up for residential use. From our perspective, our quarter is the perfect example of how a portion of the land could be used to alleviate financial burdens without affecting agriculture. Geographically, many parcels within the county are placed where there are rolling hills, ravines, forests, or lowland, which is not farmable, but rather offers a compromise. Inflation. Inflation has made it difficult for single-dwelling families to own and maintain land. 60 years ago, a quarter sold for $1,200. Today, a raw quarter is $500,000 to $750,000. It is for this very reason families are looking to cohabitate and share the cost of living. Currently, the only option is to allow one child the opportunity to own a parcel and the others to live on the quarter with no security of owning their own land. The ability to add more parcels would help future generations while allowing aging parents the option to live comfortably at home. Economics. Farmers are not able to shop locally for their machinery repairs, purchase bulk farm supplies, attend auctions, etc. A large portion of money that could be kept local is being spent in other counties, towns, or cities. This is where the higher tax revenue from acreages could balance out local financial losses. I hear concerns about more expenses for taxpayers with added costs to maintain more approaches and more stops for school buses. On the positive note, this means we have more kids riding buses, filling our schools, and bringing younger families to our community. We need diverse ages of people living and working locally to sustain and grow our services. The past 2 years have been difficult. Therefore, it would be nice to fill some empty spaces and bring old businesses back again. People are choosing to live in other counties because our services are shrinking. Again, thank you for your time and consideration in moving forward into the second and third reading. I've heard whispers from the Taxpayers Association group and their Green Cross initiatives that if they play it right, they'll be able to get the councillors fired. This mindset sounds ruthless and threatening. Their advertisements are one-sided with no vision for compromise. Let's all choose to be kind and consider each other's idea with an open mind. Thank you.
Hello. For those of you standing in the back, there are a few seats up towards the front if you'd like to come and sit. Next speaker.
Go ahead, please. Please state your name.
Morning. My name is Kelly Hall. Thank you for letting me speak. Why does anybody have the right to give us, to tell us what we can do? Sorry, that better? For the lands that we have worked hard to sacrifice for. I was born and raised here. I've seen this community get held back and decapitated by the old ways, old rules. It's time for change. We need to look forward. We need to get the youth involved in what we're doing. I know that there's lots of pros and cons to every decision that needs to be made to protect our community, farmlands, acreages, marshlands, mountain views. The only way to take and do that is to get new ideas put forth. Firsthand, I've seen a generational farm get split and divided when the title holder passes on. This can be protected by people having titles on these lands rather than just, having a home put on that farmland and, being there for the rest of your life. You always think that's going to work out, but if you don't have that name to put on there, it doesn't. There's multiple people out there that have, multiple children. You can't, hold that land for somebody unless that they can have a title on that land. that piece of ground. This gives them the opportunity to get a mortgage, grow, help build this community, a place to call home. I don't know too many farmers in this community that haven't subsidized their farm by some other means, you know, working in the oil patch, logging, working for some of the smaller businesses in town, and even having to sell some of their lands to take and pay for, you know, the fuel in their tractors, the seed in the ground, the fertilizer, to keep that farm life going. So we need to be able to expand. With the low cost of the poor quality land, you know, $750,000 for a per piece of land, the youth can't get started in it. We need to be able to get them started by having hobby farms, getting them into having their hands into it before they're going to take that next step. I made a few miles around the Clearwater community this last weekend. I seen a lot of lands out there that were growing up with poplar trees, farmable lands that have been turned into pasture lands. I could only assume that they couldn't afford the fuel to farm them, put fertilizer on them to keep them going, so they've got turned back. Or maybe that the oil patch, the lease lands have produced enough revenue to keep that owner of that farm, to keep that farm without farming it. But we're talking about 3,000 acres of land that could get changed, you know, over having subdivisions. That's minor compared to what we've seen growing up over the weekend. I know that not all lands that we have here in the community are equal. Geographically, there's a lot of farms that from the west side to the east side that don't, you know, equal the value of land. So the lands that don't, you know, have equalization, let's make it so that they can, you know, produce or at least get some other acreages out there that might bring more people into the community. I could go on, but I think that all the voters need to think about the families and other farms in the community and ponder why that farm that you drive by doesn't have anybody living in it, farming on it. Ponder why that land's for sale. You know, we need to have growth, and the only way to get it is to bring people in. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing with us this morning. Next speaker, please, and introduce yourself if you would.
Council, my name is Ben Swanson. 17 years ago, we moved here. Prior to that, I farmed and ranched back at Wainwright area for the 43 years I was alive prior. Our property is located just north of town here, adjacent to a couple operating gravel pits. We have a third title on our land, so no further subdivision would happen. My decision to support the proposed MDP is to grow the community. Just as past growth has resulted in changes to the land, looking back at the photos of this community's growth over the last 100 years, was it wrong? To build a community requires sacrifice. We all know that. Each and every one of us resides on land that has had its disposition changed. You look around the room, there's not one of us in this room that is not taking up land to have a home, be it an acreage or a farmyard. That's good. I agree. I'm also willing to allow others that opportunity. I don't quite understand how the proposed cap that is being floated here of 20 subdivisions turns into thousands of lost acres. It's going to be reviewed in 3 years. Certainly will be an election issue in 2.5. It's not an impending apocalypse. Fact, as stated, the population is stagnant and it is aging. So without a doubt, the status quo is not conducive to growth. We are in competition with every other region for the skilled workers, especially for our healthcare workers. Who's going to look after us older folks? We keep turning away folks wishing to have the same things we cherish in a rural lifestyle. I was recently informed that the Clearwater County Rocky is seen as a training ground for our health support workers. Hundreds over the years have come, done their practicum, and then left. Why? There's not many choices for housing here. Good debate is healthy. I enjoy it. Those who know me know that I enjoy good discussion. But further using religious symbols or disrespecting them, that is not okay. It's not going to bring the community together. The acreage owners that I have near me, they're part of my support. They've allowed me to work away for many years. They've been support for my wife, my family. We share many jobs amongst us. Agriculture is changing, as it has since the beginning of the century. Farms with capital will continue to grow, which is perfect. Smaller ag producers have a very important role here, as they do around the world. We just have to embrace some value-added ag industry, and the most likely place that will happen is on small farms. Some see this as an attack on our primary agriculture production here in Clearwater County. I disagree. I see it as an opportunity for small family-run ag and rural businesses. I support everybody's right to have a vote, yes or no, by whatever means they feel comfortable, without threats or fear of reprisal. As a proud farmer and rancher of many years, we have always been an advocate, but change is required to help this community survive and prosper. Lastly, COVID has torn many a family and friendship apart, and I do hope and pray that both sides can move on amicably after this. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And thank you as well. Maybe we'll call the next three, and then we'll take a break after that.
So I have Bob Hagsma, Leona Bertinoli, and Courtney Jameson. And just so you're aware, there is a timer on the floor in front of the podium if you're wondering how much time you have left when you're speaking.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Bob Hagsma. I sent my thoughts to council here last week, and I'm just going to paraphrase some of the things on it. In my work, like I've noticed the previous speakers are all concerned about the third parcel out, which is a hot topic for sure, but in my work I deal with the entire MDP, so some of my comments are going to be on other things. Firstly, on page 4, the strategic plan statement, it says that Clearwater County is transitioning to a rural-urban environment. And to tell you the truth, when I first read that, I was a little PO'd because I don't believe that's Clearwater County. Clearwater County is rural. We moved here because we're rural and that sort of thing. Then it was explained to me that that was in there because of the Caroline amalgamation talks. So be that as it may, I believe that that's got to be changed somewhat so a neophyte reading it for the first time won't get the wrong impression as I did. So if you could please take a look at that and change that statement, I think it would go a long way to explaining what Clearwater County really is. Okay, then we get on to page 47 to 20, when you're imposing conditions on resource extraction. I've seen in the past developments, and I'll be getting into this a little bit later on about standards. A lot of times, the developments that are being applied for are stuck with Cadillac standard requirements. Everybody doesn't need a Cadillac. Everybody doesn't want a Cadillac. We have to have standards that work. Sometimes it infringes on the community, as Ben was saying. They've got gravel pits right down the hill from them. And be that as it may, they're in the county. And we have to make standards that work for both industry and the community. Looks like I got to hurry here. Okay, as far as the statement on parks go, this statement is really scary to me. This is 8.1.2 and 8.2.5C and 8.2.6 on pages 44 and 45. It says that the county is encouraging the province to make more parks, and we all know how that worked out when the NDP government did that a couple of years ago. Everybody was in arms. So please take that out of there. I don't mind encouraging recreation in the West Country. I think that's a good thing, but parks is not the way to do it, not provincial parks. Okay, and then I had some questions, and some have been answered about the severance thing. If there's over 15 acres in a severance, how big can the third parcel be? And the other thing is, the third parcel is supposed to be off the bigger parcel. Well, to me, that makes no sense as far as preserving farmland goes. We want to maybe take it off that frag parcel if it's a rough parcel and better suited to acreage than agriculture. So please think of that as well. We'll get to the road standard here in 11.2.4 on page 59. The current standard for county roads works really well for through roads, the grid roads that we have. But why is the county public works department, in my mind, wasting our money upgrading small, short, dead-end roads that serve very few residences, and the people there for much of the time don't even want that road improved? That happened to me. I live on a 1-mile-long dead-end road. I don't know how much the county spent improving it. They had a hoe there at Christmas time for 3 weeks burning brush, and I still drive 60 kilometers an hour, a half mile to my driveway. We can use our money in many different ways that are better than that. And then, I think that this last one, 14.224 and 14.225, there's mention in there about a high water mark, but a high water mark has no definition in law. So you should probably be changing that to the bank of streams. And then you don't mention ephemeral streams, where I believe there should be only a 10-meter setback, not a 20-meter setback. Thank you very much.
And thank you. And I will note that staff is making note of those questions and comments as well as we move through the day. And we'll post something at a point of time later. Go ahead, please, and please identify yourself.
Hello, my name is Leona Bertinoli. I moved to a farm in the county in 1988. I still currently farm, and my in-laws have farmed for well over 100 years. I'm located down Highway 22 South. First of all, I want to thank the councillors. This is a hard position to be in, and I really do appreciate everything that you do. I have read the document. I was not able to attend any of the forums in person, but instead of getting my information from Facebook and filling everybody else in on my opinion, I sent an email to my councillor. I feel that it's the right way to go about this. I don't want to be part of the silent majority or the silent minority. I tend not to be somebody who stands up and expresses my views, but I felt this was important. I support the MDP as I support choice. I support a clear and transparent MDP, so there is an equal playing field for people wishing to bring people and businesses into the county. A lot of my thoughts have already been presented, so I won't repeat them. I will mention that farmers cannot be the biggest contributor to the tax base. I mean, we can't possibly be. I have a lease quarter that I pay less than $40 on in tax, and a full quarter of farmland with no housing or well or anything on it is less than $200. So I really do understand the economics of it. We cannot, support all the services that we have with those kind of rates. I definitely benefit from those kind of rates, but I know we need development in order to grow. I want young people to stay in the county. When our children move away and go to university, I want there to be opportunities for them to come home. I don't think it's possible for children anymore to come back and farm full-time. One of the two in the relationship is going to have to go out and get a second job. And that is unfortunate, but that is just the way it is now. And I just want more opportunities for our children in our community. Thank you.
And thank you. And welcome, and please identify yourself and then go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Courtney Jameson, and I do reside in the county, and I have for the last 30-plus years. My family moved here and ran cattle for quite a few years. I currently reside on an acreage, and I do have many acreage neighbors. And I find that our community around us, we work really well together. We support each other. We help each other out with tools or pretty much anything you need. You need a road plowed, somebody is there with a tractor or whatever. So to me, stopping this second acreage out limits other people having that same community involvement, that same farmstead atmosphere. I'm in process of setting up my own hobby farm, And the input from the larger acreages as well as the farmers around me is just wonderful. We work together really well. And so I don't want to limit that and stop other people from also experiencing that, because I think it's a really great way of life. I also wanted to say that I do work in real estate. I'm clearly not a great public speaker, but when I'm talking about my passions, I get informed and I know what I'm talking about. So excuse me for my shaky voice up in front of all of you people here today. But I did want to say that because I am in real estate, I run into quite a few different landowners with different perspectives and different ways of viewing what's going on here today. And I wanted to say that many of these larger landowners may not be able to stay in the community if they are not afforded the opportunity to fragment out another parcel, maybe for their children, maybe for somebody that's renting off of them currently. Most of these parcels that are being considered within my earshot are already developed into a residential homestead type of base. So they would not be taking anything from the agricultural community from what I'm seeing in this county. Most of the other comments that I've heard today reflect what I was seeing already, so I won't repeat them again, but I just wanted to thank you guys for the opportunity to show my perspective from a real estate standpoint. Thank you.
And thank you. That takes us to the point of our first break. I will thank everybody that's spoken so far. I know it is very difficult to come in front of a large crowd like we have here today and share your comments and share your perspectives, but we do appreciate you doing that. You'll also notice, if you've interacted with council before, that we tend to be very interactive with our audience. Because we're still within a public hearing, today we won't be able to do that. So I just want to clarify that as we go forward, that council won't be interacting with the group except for where we're at today. We will recess into a different room. But with that, we shall take 10 minutes for a break, and we'll be back here at 10:10, please. getting going again in a minute or two here. But I'm also asked to announce, if you are the owner of a blue Ford with a license plate BFZ 3001, that's Bravo Foxtrot Zulu 3001, you are blocking a spot and will have to move that vehicle. So if you would take care of that, that would be greatly appreciated. We'll get going again here in a minute or so. Find a seat. I think there's still a few open seats here and there. We're all neighbors here, so please take a seat if you can, and we'll get going again here very shortly. So is the live stream ready to roll? Good. I see a thumbs up. So we'll be back online sharing our live stream with the community. I guess I'll look to staff if they can call the next group of people wishing to speak in favor.
I think I'm good. Okay. So the only other person I have on the list is Don Arthur, and he's kind of put a question mark for yes or no, I think. So I'm not sure if he wants to speak or not.
Was that Don Arthur?
Don Arthur.
Yes. If he doesn't want to come to the microphone at the moment, I will ask if there's anyone else out in the group that would like to speak in favor of the proposal. Again, an invitation for anyone to speak in favor of the proposal. Come ahead, please, if you'd like to come to the microphone, and I'll have you state your name, and then you can go ahead.
Well, my name is Art Terpsma, and when I had to sign in out there, there was two things I could check off if I wanted to speak, and one was opposed or for. Well, in order to speak, I had to check one. So I checked opposed, but I'm not really opposed. I would just like to shed some light on some things that'll help maybe direct this plan, and I thank you all for your time and your work on this plan, and it has to be done. But there is one section that I want to, I don't know if you can bring it up, but section 10, 2 and 11, section 10, 2 and 12. Now, having farmed full-time in the county here for 40 years or so, and having served on the planning commission, I always thought that there was something was missing, and it comes under that section, and so I guess my lament is, if we read that, agricultural parcels and locations of parcels, in particular, that a new parcel must must be located to minimize impacts on natural capital and agricultural operations within the quarter section and on adjacent lands. Now, when I served on the council, I thought, okay, who makes this decision? Who makes this decision, whether this is an infringement on agricultural land? And while I was on there, on the planning, I was the only one, and of course, I got overridden. And I thought there's a real simple solution to this, and I brought this up before, and you've probably heard my lament before. When a subdivision is proposed, and I'm speaking now particularly on good farmland, there are these agencies that it has to bypass, and they give their yes or no, or they advise on it. And that is your power company, your electrical, your gas company, your oil companies that have pipelines, whatever, the environment. My suggestion was, when it comes to these agricultural subdivision on agricultural lands, that there should be a group of advisors who would go by, and they can say, that, we can advise this, we think this is going to hurt the potential of farming, the rest of this. You know now with global positioning, a lot of the farming is big, and we don't like these three-cornered parcels, and we don't, especially cattle farmers, don't like some of these subdivisions with 12 boundary pins all the way around. Do you know, if you're trying to keep cattle in, you like straight long fences. And I was totally opposed to some of these subdivisions that had like 12 boundary parcels going around in a circle and here and there just to grab this building, that building. You know, I said we are a planning commission. We're just not a rubber stamping commission. And we're doing this. This is going to last for years. These boundary pins are in there for years. Just our neighbor next door, I went and complained. They wanted to go around a little horse shelter that was falling down. And now, for the rest of lifetime, this farmer's got to come into this corner and make that corner. It's like a 90-degree corner is a lot easier to make than like a 70. And for no reason, that horse shelter could have been moved over. But anyway, that's just one example. And these cross corner lanes to a subdivision in the middle of a quarter, that creates these three-cornered parcels. So I'm saying there are people available, longtime farmers who know the business. They will volunteer their time to advise on some of these subdivisions and how they're going to affect farming operations. And all you have to do is contact the Rocky Mountain House Agricultural Society. They've been here for 100 and how many years? Almost 10 years. And there are some good farmers on there that would be able to tell you how these subdivisions affect them. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Terpsma. You used your time very efficiently and even got a plug in for the Ag Society. Good job. Again, I will invite anybody who is wishing to speak in favor of the proposal to come forward and take their moment at the microphone. Again, welcome, and please identify yourself and then go from there.
I'm Miles Yershanko. I've lived and born and raised in Rocky here 60-some years. I'm a favor of the subdivisions out. You look back at the legal stuff. Most of the people at family farms and stuff, they have their kids living on their place to farm, but can the farm actually build a house there for the child? No, they can't, because the banks want title on the property. So if the child can have an acreage out, then he can actually go get a loan and go forward and live on the family farm legally. A lot of the things, because of divorces and everything else, the family doesn't want the child and his new wife to have legal things on the property. So for them to have a subdivision out, I think it's very important for that to take place, for them to have an acreage out so they can actually build a house and get a mortgage. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much for sharing with us. Again, I would invite anyone who is wishing to speak in favor of the proposal. This is your opportunity to come forward. Please
Good
state your
morning,
name.
and my name's Ray Roberts. My parents had farmed, actually my grandparents were probably one of the first homesteaders up in this area, northeast of Rocky. And then as time went on, my dad took over the farm. And myself, I tried, but it just wasn't feasible. At the time, I couldn't afford more land. Dad's machinery was getting older. So I moved on to a different career. I always helped my dad farm. The last couple of years, I lost both my mom and dad, and I wound up with a home place. My wife and I, we don't need the place. We sold our place that was on the farm, and we renovated my mom and dad's old house, and we are living in there now. But it's not the place that we want to live. So now I wound up with this quarter of land with farm buildings off of it. And I'll also say, years ago, Dad was opposed to even the first subdivision off because he was a full-time farmer. But as things changed and everything, my dad, for him to do the retirement that he wanted to do, he did subdivide one parcel off of each one of his quarters, and he sold it, and so that he could enjoy his retirement the way he wanted to. So now I'm living in my mom and dad's house. I lived in there for 22 years. I moved away for 40 years, and now I'm living back in it again, which is great. But now we want to move on, but now I'm stuck with this farmyard that on this quarter that the taxes are higher. I don't farm it, I rent it out. I also will have an extra power bill and an extra gas bill. I've tried the rental thing, and I don't want to rent my mom and dad's house out. So I'm agreeing to the second parcel out, so as I'm not forced to sell my mom and dad's home quarter to be able to move on to another quarter to where my wife and I want to live. So that's my statement. So thank you.
And thank you. Again, an opportunity for anyone wishing to speak in favor of the proposal. Well, welcome, and please state your name.
My name's Dave Enns. I live west of Caroline, in the middle of Crown Land. I own a quarter section there. I'm all for subdivisions in the right places. I'm also would like to see an opportunity for people in my situation where the county does not, we don't have a county road to our property. There's over 200 other properties in the county that don't have county roads. We are fragmented or whatever from the county. We've never had a road to our place. We have to do our own road work. I would just like the opportunity to be like everybody else in the county. I would like some changes made in this municipal development plan that give us the same rights as every other taxpayer in this county, because we don't have them. We don't get a subdivision. We don't get to do development. I mean, I'm all for everybody having the rights to do what they want on their property. I'm also concerned about the fact that we live at the end of a dead-end road that sees no traffic, and the county wants it to be built up to county standards to allow the 2 or 3 vehicles a week that come down there. It makes no sense. That's about all I have to say, but for the most part, I am in agreement with a lot of the development plan. I think another thing that needs to be done in this county is we need more tourism. It's a great opportunity to bring people to the county and bring their money. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, an opportunity for anyone wishing to speak in favor of the proposal. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. My name's Laura Kutz-Skordansky. Had I known I was going to speak, I wouldn't have sat way back there. I live in Clearwater County. I'm a lawyer and I practice in Wilson Estates a great deal. I am in support of the second parcel out because what I find we're running into more and more is that kids are building on their parents' property. And from an estate planning perspective, it's an absolute nightmare because if they can't subdivide that parcel out, we have a house that belongs to the kid on property that belongs to a parent. And to even try to determine how to compensate that child if the rest of the family wants to sell the quarter is extremely difficult. So I think a second parcel out would be extremely helpful in situations where we're looking at estate planning with a kid that's built a house on their parents' property. Thank you.
And thank you. Another opportunity for those wishing to speak in favor. Again, an opportunity for those wishing to speak in favor. You've actually, I should say that you've already had your opportunity to speak. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? And one final time, anyone wishing to speak in favor? Well, thank you very much for sharing your comments. I guess before moving on, I'll check with staff if there were any written submissions in favor of the request. Ms. Gillum?
Okay, thank you. So letters were received from members of the public and were forwarded to council as they came in. These letters have also been provided in print form to council today. Administration will list the names that have been compiled from the letters that were received, so people are aware. I will be reading one letter that we received this morning just before the hearing that council has not yet seen or received. But I'll list the names first. So Michael Olson, Steve Hodgkin, I can't say that. Hodgson, sorry, I apologize. Phil Penney, Phyllis Ironside, Darren and Val Murray, Cheryl Lang, Diane Hall, Tanya Johnston, Cindy and Jeff Walker, Murray Welch, Peter Kobish and Bridget Hellman, Lori Waisher and Brittany Waisher, Hugh Leslie, Kale Mitchler, Milo and Emily Swanson, Ron Hallahan, John Fletcher, Mona Croker, Joan and Neil Adams, Bob Hegsma, Steve Waisher, Susan Duchette, Susan Ernst, Gerald Ernst, Rocky Agricultural Society, Ben Swanson, John Reed, Reg Dean, Gary and Christine Merrills, there was an anonymous letter, and Karen Hutskill. So those are the letters that had previously council had gotten, and then this one is from Kimberly Aisman. It says, I'm writing to you to express my support for the proposed changes to the MDP to allow second parcels out. I hear a lot of very vocal dissent and believe that those in support may not be heard. I, of course, support agriculture as a fourth-generation farmer, but I do not believe allowing the freedom and flexibility to subdivide a second parcel erodes agriculture. It actually may allow more potential young farmers to stay in the area by providing affordable property sizes and separating home sites from farmable land to make the farmland more affordable. In our own case, we had a family member put a manufactured home on one of our quarters that already had a first parcel out. Over time, they really began to understandably feel that they wanted to own the land that they lived on. We did not want to sell the whole quarter, nor could they afford it, and risk someday losing access to our hayland, but would have happily sold them the small acreage they were on. In the end, they bought an acreage in another community, and we lost valuable farm help as well as great community members and became reluctant landlords. Just one example of many I can envision in which some freedom and flexibility in subdivision rules can support local agriculture and communities. Thank you for your time and listening to my voice of support for allowing a second parcel out. And that's all of the letters.
Okay, thank you very much. So that takes us down our agenda today, and this is the point of time where anyone opposed to the application would be invited to speak. So I would invite comments from any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application, and we'll follow the same format as previous, in that staff will introduce the first three speakers to come forward, and we'll go from there.
Okay, so I have, I think it says Terry Long and Andrew McKay, and there's Jerry Reglin here, but it doesn't say in support or opposed, but they says they want to speak, so I think.
Well, good morning and welcome, and if you would step up to the microphone and state your name for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Terry Long, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'd just like to say that I'm apprehensive about not so much that's been discussed so far. It's the potential for turning us into an urban setting rather than a rural setting, and all of the rules and regulations that accrue from that. I'm very concerned. I know Thorhild County had a situation up there where they were so concerned they got the whole thing overturned because of these rules and regulations that were ancillary to the passage of the NDP. And I'm not sure if I was up at the county office to, only got 5 minutes, I got to make this fast. And I didn't get my fears assuaged up there. In fact, I got more mixed up by talking to the people at the county office. So I'm fearful that they're turning us into an urban community, which means more control. With everything that's going on in the world right now, I think we all should be fearful and anxious about that. And since my fears have not been assuaged in that way, I just like to voice my opposition to the passage of the NDP and the bylaw associated with it. I just don't trust what's going on. I wasn't provided with the proper information to make a positive decision for the NDP, so I can't do it. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
And thank you. And I'd invite the next speaker to come forward, please.
Good morning, Council. My name is Andrew McKay, and I am opposed to the current MDP and the changes to it. Not necessarily for all the reasons that have been discussed prior. I believe there are some issues regarding the new subdivision, the third parcel out. The main one is I believe that we will see an increased cost in agricultural land, because any parcel that is potentially able to have a third parcel out will, that's a $200,000 increase in the value of that land. So if we're talking about keeping young people in agriculture, I think the third parcel out is actually going to hinder those young people from ever taking over the farm, as we already see the cost of land increasing exponentially. So as far as the rest of the act, or the rest of the proposal, there's a lot of ambiguous language. The use of may and shall and should leave everyone in this room questioning what the actual intention is behind the entire MDP. We currently have an MDP that works very well. I don't know that anyone would necessarily argue that the 2010 MDP is dysfunctional in any way. So my biggest question for council is, why are we spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on consultants that don't reside in this county, no offense, ma'am, to essentially put forward a proposal for how we will move forward with our land and how the Clearwater County citizens will be affected by that. So I guess that's what I'll have to say. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you. And I would invite the next speaker to come forward, if they would. Good morning and welcome.
I left my options open to speak. I'm content with what I've heard, and I'm content to continue to listen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So if we could have staff introduce the next three speakers as well.
I'm assuming you were Jerry then? Yes. Okay, just wanted to make sure I got all my people covered here. Okay, so can I have Peter Thompson, Sherry Eckert, and Dennis Thompson?
Well, good morning and welcome. If you would identify yourself, please.
Council members, my name is Peter Thompson, and I'm a landowner in Clearwater County. My grandparents moved into this county in 1965, and my grandmother grew up on a farm near Centerville. I'd like to thank the county individuals who have gone out of their way to hold this hearing. I appreciate this extensive communication because it makes a difference as to awareness and enables feedback from the public. Regarding the draft MDP, I am deeply concerned that the creation of additional titled parcels from quarter sections will inevitably increase farming unit land costs, dollars per acre, and increase the economic barrier to farming. 151 years ago, the Dominion Land Act created homestead policies to encourage settlement of Western Canada for farming. The prairies were divided into townships, ranges, sections, and quarter sections. This was the largest survey grid in the world. The origin of the quarter section land divisions within Clearwater County was undoubtedly focused on farming. Before us today is a draft MDP which will financially motivate landowners to create additional titled parcels from existing quarter sections. Creating these additional titled parcels is irreversible. This will lead to a reduction in the titled land available for farming, which will increase farmland cost per acre. Simultaneously, we are experiencing the highest inflation rates experienced in 40 years. Alberta inflation rates ranged between 6 to 8% last year. If this draft MDP is approved, there will be a combination of increasing farmland unit costs and inflation significantly raising other farming costs. Clearwater County progress is a good goal, but it is simply wrong to advance in a manner which forces higher costs onto prospective farmers or the next generation whose goal is to farm. Point number 2, there is unjustified promotion of new campground development on privately owned land, which involves negative impacts to neighboring residents. There is a discussion paper on private campgrounds and private recreational uses, and it proposes small-scale campgrounds and private recreational uses are key components of the social and economic capital within the county. It seems doubtful that small-scale campgrounds are within an order of magnitude of the economic capital associated with farming and resource extraction. In contrast to this position paper, there's a possibility that small-scale campgrounds could increase social conflict with negatively affecting neighbors. This could decrease social capital. Point number 3, the business as usual approach for new development reviews and approvals has not been fixed with this draft MDP. Respectfully, the existing process for reviewing and approving developments has some issues. There appears to be a bias in that concerns brought forward by concerned neighbors are sometimes dismissed using superficial conditions. There is a real possibility of reviewers asking themselves, how can we approve this? As opposed to asking themselves, can the risks be mitigated, and should this be approved? For example, the August 4th, 2021 conditional approval of a small campground, application 9021, was ultimately found to be made in error by the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board in an October 29th, 2021 hearing. Furthermore, existing recommendations to the Municipal Planning Commission lack written justification for the recommendation, and may lack any justifications at all. There are several options on how to address this issue, and unfortunately, the draft MDP does not improve the process. It is business as usual. Based on these 3 items, I urge you to vote no and revisit the goals of a new MDP. So with inspiration from Boris Johnson on how to wrap up, in summary, my 3 main points are deep concerns about increasing farmland unit costs dollars per acre and increasing the economic barrier to farming. Number 2, unjustified promotion of small-scale campgrounds. Number 3, the development review and approval process needs a fix. So we have deep, unjustified development. DUD. So was my contribution to this hearing a dud? So to the doubters, I say you forgot the final E. Dude, we will energize the county. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. And I would invite the next speaker.
My name is Dennis Thompson, and I adopt the submissions of Peter, my son. But I also have a few things to say, and that is I am not persuaded that there is a driving need for this historic change in the subdivision of our land. For generations, the residents of the county have made life plans, generational life plans, based partly on the county subdivision rules. I say it's unfair to the lifelong residents, present and past. Now, I understand there's estate planning and how nice it would be for seniors who have lived, like many of us, in the county and want to pass it on to our children. That was my father's desire. That's my desire. But it's not wise because it does not work. You start down that slippery slope and pretty soon there's more subdivisions because it's working so great. And then pretty soon we don't have a distinctive rural character in our countryside. I submit that making such a change destroys people's confidence in the continuity of county subdivision rules. Thank you.
Thank you. And good morning and welcome. If you would introduce yourself as well.
Good morning. I'm Shari Eckert. I live in the county. I was not planning on talking this morning, but I do have some pros and cons. I just want to touch on a few things. I am in favor of preserving agricultural land, wildlife, the environment, all of that, but we need expansion in this county. It's one of the largest counties in the province. We need more population so that we have a higher tax base, so that we can cover more growth, infrastructure, healthcare, and so on. We need to be aware of the orphan properties within this county. There are over 200 properties without proper road access, limiting growth, building permits, expansion, and so on. All quarters should have equal opportunity to develop, subdivide, and promote. It's their land. We bought and paid for it. Let us promote it. County uses roads as blocks to stop development. Why? Let's promote. You got a road allowance? Let's expand it. Let's work on it. Let's develop off of it. Then you can have a tax base to take care of it. So county needs to grow, increase population, tax base, and support the community. We need to promote growth, not stop growth. We're a very anti-growth community. I've lived in many different counties over the years, and we need to step forward, not reverse backwards. Thank you.
Thank you. And if staff could introduce the next three speakers, please.
Okay, I have Blaine Deshanecki. I'm so sorry. I'm going to butcher these. Deshank? I don't know how to say that. I really apologize.
Can you spell it?
Jorel Faror and Amanda Thompson.
Well, good morning. It looks like you're it.
Good morning.
I appreciate you coming forward.
I'm Jarrell Fulford, and I've listened to what these people ahead of me had to say, and I agree with that. This guy here, I saw him before. I don't know his name, but he had a lot to say, and Mr. Thompson's, both of them. That's what I agree with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning and welcome.
Hi there. My name is Amanda Thompson. I am opposed to the Municipal Development Plan draft. I have many issues with the updates, but I'll stick to what I feel to be the most important. I'll start with Section 10, adding a third title to a quarter section. The amount of land dedicated to each parcel is very unclear in the document. I believe that it takes away from farmland and grazing area for many of the operations we have in this county. Once the development is made, you cannot get it back. The change is permanent. Council states that this is to fulfill a need for acreages. If that were so, there would not be acreage lots that have been on the market for years. Within the proposed policy, there can be up to 20 applicants per year for this third title. Should there be any land holding council members who are also applicants, and stand to financially profit, this is a conflict of interest. For a council member, it should not be allowed to vote on any matter they have personal stake in. The language throughout the document contains a lot of many, shall, and shoulds. This wording is very loose, leaves room for interpretation. Most concerning is the notwithstanding clause in the land use bylaws, which in essence means the printed bylaw can be flexed to suit council's desires. In section 6.2.8, Clearwater County may seek cooperation from the province to convert Crown land into multi-residential pieces. Alberta is known worldwide for its natural beauty. Keep taking from Crown land and we'll have nothing left to preserve. I travel down to Okotoks occasionally. Every time I travel through that area, the landscape changes drastically. The farm town that Okotoks used to be is now unrecognizable, and I see that happening here. I, for one, do not want a transition to rural urban. The fact that Clearwater County is still a quaint farming community is a part of its charm. What do you want this county to look like for your children? Council bringing this to a public hearing after 78% of the people who voted said no seems dismissive and disrespectful. Council members are supposed to be the collaborative voice of the people, not over the people. And just a side note here, do you see all the people in this room? They all had to take time off work to be here. So I hope you acknowledge that they are using their valuable time to be a part of this. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and we would invite the next speaker forward, please.
Blaine never came up. I'm sorry, I really butchered the last name, so maybe you don't know it's you. Okay, so you're not going to come up and speak separately. Okay.
So just since I heard, he just agreed with the
Yeah,
people that were
Blaine.
up front here,
Correct.
just so that those of you in the back that couldn't hear what the gentleman said, so just make sure
Okay,
that's
so
clear.
the next three, Brianne Powell, Marlon Kirstein, I think that's it. And there's a name somebody scribbled on here that I cannot read. I'm really sorry.
It's very fancy handwriting.
Well, we will keep going until everybody's
You'll
had
have
a
an
chance
opportunity to speak if I don't call your name. I apologize. And then Andrea Garnier.
Go ahead, please, if you would introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Brianne Powell. I'm opposed to the MDP draft, not just Section 10, but the entire document. Over the last little while, I've had a chance to speak with the residents. A big concern is the complexity to read this document. It is hard to read, confusing, and vague. This isn't fair to residents. Residents are working hard, some in the oil field for 15-hour days, coming home to feed their cows, their children. They shouldn't have to learn how to read a document. The numbers and the comments show the majority of people do not want this. Why is this still up for debate? I guess debate isn't a word I should use, as that would take two sides listening. The people have spoken. We want to be heard. Something else I've learned while speaking with residents is how thankful people are for Councillor Northcott. We would like to thank you today, Councillor Northcott, for giving us your time and listening, so thank you. 14.2.32 says, a person or persons having an interest in land in Clearwater County may request an amendment to the MDP. To me, this means an investor can come in and chop up land. This has to stop. I believe all agricultural land has a purpose. Agricultural land needs to be preserved. A councillor is supposed to be a voice of the people, the majority of the people. Please listen. Thank you.
And thank you. I'd invite the next speaker to come forward, please.
Good morning. My name is Marlon Kirsty. I'm opposed to this new development plan in fairly much whole. A lot of my concerns have been brought up by other people, so to save time, I'm not going to get into them too much. One of my concerns is around the campgrounds that were mentioned and increased recreational use out back in the West Country, as we commonly refer to it. As far as I'm concerned, the area is already heavily over-recreated with very little policing, planning, or anything to go around it. You can go out anywhere, pretty much see random campers, quad trails that have caused erosion, wetlands tore up, damage to creek beds, litter laying around, and sadly enough, went out after long weekends, several campfires left smoldering, some of them even burning, unattended, nobody there, people had left. I'm not really sure what kind of a positive impact it would have on the community. I know most of the people that are coming out here camping have done their shopping and stuff long before they ever hit the things, but they do manage to leave their litter and stuff behind. There may be some benefit to restaurants and gas stations and stuff for sure, but I'm not sure that's either here or there, no. I'm not against the use of it. I'm just concerned about how it's going to be policed, managed, maintained. And this is going to go on for years and years, and I see it a problem down the road more than it is today. And the next section I just want to touch on is the subdivisions of the acreages and third parcels and stuff. And I've listened to people's concerns here, and some of them I certainly understand their things. But originally, the first parcel out of the quarter section I understood was to address a lot of the concerns that have come up again today. People wanting to retire, didn't want to leave the farm. A child wanting to build on the farm. Whatever the case was, the first parcel was brought out as that was what that was for. And what my fear is, as these first parcels come out, all of a sudden it become a thing where you've seen developers buying quarter sections, taking that parcel out, developing it, and selling the quarter section for basically what they paid for. and making a profit on the acreage. And I see that just coming back. It's gonna be just returned to the same thing. And then, of course, with that, we get these smaller third parcels. And who's gonna be looking at them? There's gonna be developers looking to make subdivisions in them, for sure, guaranteed. And like mention of other land, people have mentioned driving around and seeing land sitting, not being used, growing up in poplar willers, things of that nature. How many of them do you think investors have bought on a speculation that are sitting on them right now? It's hard to say, you can't get a number or really what their motive is, but I know they're there, and all these things are gonna drive up the price of land. If people think they can't afford an acreage or something now, it's just gonna be worse. And I guess as far as large subdivisions, I would like to see where people in that actual community where you wanna put that subdivision in is consulted, like the residents that live there, the infrastructure, any stakeholders in that area. They all should have a say of what is going on. And another thing I just wanted to touch on is our hospitals and stuff. We're already way behind on that end, and in the plan, I don't see really much talk about bringing that up to meet the needs of all these other things we want to do. So that's about all I got to say right now, so thanks for your time.
And thank you very much, and I would invite the next speaker up.
Thank you. My name's Andrea Garnier. The number one goal of subdivision in 10.1.1 of the draft municipal development plan is to, quote, provide opportunities for a variety of parcel sizes to accommodate agricultural, residential, commercial, industrial, and other uses in a fair and consistent manner. I'm here to tell you that recent development has not been done in a fair and consistent manner, nor does this draft municipal development plan give me hope that it will be fair and consistent in the future. I'm focused on economic activity in the county. We clearly need more opportunities for people to work and pay taxes. Agriculture is our prime sustainable economic driver. Good agricultural land needs to be protected. Our forests and wetlands also need to be protected. Residents should be confident in knowing that their idyllic country lifestyle will not be disrupted by random development. The draft MDP removes such protections provided in the current MDP in a number of places, which is why many of us are here today. I am most concerned with the complete removal of the current MDP Economic Development Policy 8.2.15. Quote, Clearwater County should direct appropriate development to locate in a business park. End quote. What the proposed MDP does instead is it leaves in the questionable policy from our current NDP, which states under Business Parks Policy 7.2.6, quote, while Clearwater County prefers that industrial and commercial uses that are appropriate for business park locations be located in a business park, Clearwater County may approve a proposal for isolated commercial or industrial sites outside a planned business park, providing the following criteria are met to the satisfaction of the county. It goes on to provide explicit instructions for doing an end run and going around the policy which it is trying to establish. How will that create fair and consistent accommodation? In 2010, our family applied to Clearwater County for a 5-acre industrial lot for our oil field trucking storage. The application was not approved because the Clearwater County Council had a vision of business clusters and asked us to reapply in order to create one. This seemed to be a great opportunity considering industrial land was scarce and we would be providing the community with dry, flat, and appropriately located places to conduct business. We bought into that vision with the Metal Dog Industrial Park. Now that our lots are for sale, we have seen an erosion of that vision. Since that time, there have been at least 8 standalone industrial lots approved by Clearwater County that have not been located in a business cluster. Agricultural land is being turned into industrial land, seemingly without consideration of guiding principles of the current MDP of conserving farmland, encouraging rural business clusters, and directing business to locate in business parks. Part of the problem lies with the current land use bylaw, which allows for an ever-growing number of discretionary uses on agricultural land, which creates a patchwork quilt of development. Enforcement is rarely carried out after the fact, and we end up with discretionary uses that have long since outgrown their original application. This slippery slope needs to be stopped. The proposed MDP in its current state will not change this trend. Indeed, it seems it will make development more unfair and even less consistent. Please put Economic Development Policy 8.2.15 back into the new MDP and revise Draft Business Parks Policy 7.2.6 to ensure appropriate, fair, and consistent economic development in our county. Furthermore, Clearwater County staff and council must remember that the Municipal Development Plan is an overarching document, an important blueprint that precedes the land use bylaw. Please use it to create an amazing community we will be proud to call home for ourselves, newcomers, and our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. And good morning and welcome.
Morning, my name is Patrick. And today I've come to this meeting today to give insight and information as to why and how the Clearwater County can propose World Economic Forum changes to your lives and dictate what happens on and your property. This information, some of you may already know, to others it may be shocking, it may sound confusing, or it may even trigger anger in you. I'm asking that you will listen with an open mind and then come to your own conclusions. I'm not here to convince anybody that what I say is absolute truth. My only expectation would be that you take this information and do your own research. The English everyday language that we use is the same as the legal language, but many words in the legal setting have different meanings than what you have been educated to in the public. To find these different meanings, you may need to look at law dictionaries. There are many common dictionaries that you are probably familiar with, such as Webster's or Oxford Dictionary. These have very different meanings than the law dictionaries, and that is by design. Examples of some of these different meanings is a person to you, or I is someone else sitting over there. The legal meaning of a person is a corporation, which means you. The tail is in the spelling and the capitalization of your name. We live and operate in a world of commerce that we are excluded from and do not understand, also by design. This brings us to the word law. What does the word law mean or stand for? It stands for land, air, and water. You were born on the land. That was your God, Creator, given inherent, unalienable right. This is not a privilege that is bestowed on you by another man. Air is ecclesiastical, the highest law on earth, which is trust law. And we come to the water, which is admiralty, maritime jurisdiction, or contract law created by man. It is known as coloured law. These laws are better known as statutes, acts, codes, and bylaws. Remember that word bylaw for later. Has anybody present here today ever contracted to any level of government? And I'm sorry to say we all have, myself included. We have contracted and consented through what are called adhesion contracts. What is an adhesion contract? Black's Law Dictionary defines an adhesion contract, in short, is a standard contract offered to consumers of goods and services on a take-it-or-leave-it basis. A weaker party has no realistic choice as to its terms. Examples of such contracts are live birth registries, social insurance contracts, which are numbered, driver's license, provincial health care card, registering your land, your houses, trucks, cars, tractors, your offspring. In simple terms, anything or any business that you register with any level of government is a contract. You have willfully given away all your God-given rights and belongings to the so-called government for certain rights and privileges. These rights and privileges can be taken away any time that you do not conform to the corporation rules. Don't pay your property taxes and see what happens. This brings us to Clearwater County, like the province of Alberta and Canada, is a private for-profit corporation. A corporation that makes its own rules and then calls them laws. Again, the word law is used to design and instill fear. compliance, and confusion among the masses. He who creates, and this is the maxims of law, the biggest change that Clearwater County wants to implement is the land management bylaws. What is the legal definition of the word bylaw? Again, taken from Black's Law Dictionary, regulations, ordinances, rules, or laws adopted by an association or the like for its internal governance. So question, since when were any of the people living on the land a shareholder or member of the private for-profit corporation known as Clearwater County? None of these private rules, laws, or contracts can be enforced on you. You may ask, why can I make such a bold statement? 1, Canada does not have a valid ratified constitution. Not only single statute, code, ordinance, bylaw has ever received royal assent by the monarch or by any sitting attorney general or his or her provincial counterpart. The private for-profit corporation known as the Province of Alberta does not have a valid constitution either, despite what lawyers may try to convince you of the contrary. So you may be asking, well, what can I do about these unlawful acts? The simple questions. Educate yourself and your communities on the operation and implementation
And I'll have to stop you there. Your time has run out. I'll let everybody have their 5 minutes. Well, thank you very much for that. With that, we will take a 10-minute break. Everyone would make it back to their seats if they have one, and we'll get started again here in the next few seconds. Get my handy timer out. So welcome back, everyone, after our recess. We will continue onward with opportunities for people to speak in opposition to the proposal, and I'll ask staff if they would introduce the next speakers, please.
Okay, I have Fred Schwieger, Gordon Copels, and Pat Butler.
Sitting at the back of the room there, and I didn't hear the end of what that last gentleman said, and I would really like to hear that. I'm wondering if anybody else would like to hear that as well. Can we please make time to hear what that gentleman was saying at the end there?
Well, typically we don't do that, but it seems to be important to the crowd. So I by all means, we want to have everybody have a chance to say what they do, and if the crowd wants to hear that, I will permit it.
Thank you.
So if you would reintroduce yourself again for those that have joined us, and if you can state that last bit of time there, the last 15 seconds or so that the timer ran out for you.
Okay, my name is Patrick, and so number 2, the private for-profit corporation known as the Province of Alberta does not have a valid ratified constitution either. So you may be asking, well, what can I do about these unlawful acts? Answers are simple. Educate yourselves and your communities on the operation and implementation of the corporation rules. You will not fight this system on your own. Rebut and rescinding all adhesion contracts with all levels of government. Lose your fear through increased knowledge. Become a sovereign. Act like a sovereign. Stand up and be counted for truth and right.
So again, I guess I would ask if staff would introduce the next speaker, or go ahead, please.
My name is Gordon Copeless. I'm opposed. The draft NDP contradicts the 1.1 introduction. The major objection I have to this draft is Section 10 and the abundance of acreages that it provides for. Once acreages are removed from the quarter, they are forever lost to farm production. If this goes through as proposed, I see in 25 to 30 years very little land left to support family farms, at least ones where an outside job isn't needed to support the family. Due to the fact when all of these acreage would become a reality that farming community will no longer have a voice, our farms will have to operate under the popular vote, which is not feasible to successful farming. Farming makes unpleasant smells, sounds. Our equipment is on the road angering people. There's only so much underground water. When it is gone, it is gone. More acreages, more pressure on our aquifers. There are already many acreages in our county and room for a few more at one parcel out, but here we need to stop. It is never marginal land that is utilized for acreages. Who wants to build a yard on Muskega Rocky Craig? No, it is the level land, productive land that is seeked out. And the myth that land is unsuitable for farming is just a myth. If you can build a house yard, the land can be utilized for forage production or pasture. I attended an open house information session held in Caroline at this meeting, and I understand at the other information sessions that were held, there was little or no support for this proposal of Section 10. So why, Council, did you bother with these sessions and all of the thousands of dollars involved if you weren't going to pay any attention to the information gathered? What did the county learn from these information sessions? I am also disappointed with the company hired to put the MBT draft together. They were at these sessions only to gather information, not voice their opinion. When the room wasn't singing praises to their proposal, we are not out of date. These changes are not an improvement. I am pleased that in the draft section 5 and 7 recognize that agriculture is a major land use and a key economic activity, but then jumps into wording like 5.22 recognizes the right to farm and therefore supports existing farming operations where they utilize commonly accepted agricultural practices. Language such as this is very misleading because now someone gets to make a decision on what is commonly accepted agricultural practices. And your opinion may be very different than mine. And in section 7.11, continue to recognize agriculture as a key economic activity and promote value-added agricultural activities and agribusiness. But not one mention in section 7.2 policies of how they plan on promoting agricultural activities. They mention commercial and industrial business parks, etc. No mention of how they might support the agriculture community with economic development. Section 8, recreation and special areas. We are indeed a fortunate county to have all these recreational areas opportunities. I realize we are in a position where we need to deal with protecting our lands as people just keep coming, resulting in undue hardship and overuse of our pristine natural areas. So allocating some special areas to this matter is necessary, but we must be very careful on how this is done. Plus, putting these areas in where there's already existing acreages and farmland has proven to be unpopular. So would suggest if you can find some secluded areas, that would be the areas to look at. 9.0, hamlets. Once again, hamlets do offer opportunity for housing in the county, and it is a way to utilize infrastructure already in place. My concern is how surrounding privately owned land will be incorporated into the hamlet. What is the plan annexation, etc.? Or a local landowner finding a great opportunity to financially benefit. How anyone could believe other than for financial gain, both to the seller and I guess the county and taxes, that dividing a quarter of land up into as many as 4 small parcels is beneficial. That is the same document which in section 5 and 7 recognizes that agriculture is a key economic activity. Doesn't make sense, does it? Or I guess it does make sense if rural urbanization is what you are after and you really do not care about preserving the agriculture community.
Thank you for your time. And the next speaker, please.
Hello, everyone. My name's Fred Swigger. And I've been a resident of the Ponoka County my whole life. And I will get to why I'm here. My ancestors go back to 1908. And over the past, I've farmed, and I love the path of farming, and I love this province, but this province seems to be shoving farming out. I've seen where we like to bring in subdivisions. Let me explain subdivisions. When I bought land years ago, it was quite a bit cheaper. Today, it's worth 8 times what I paid. I bought land not because I wanted to own my parents' farm, but because I wanted to farm right next door with it. So we grew. I can't afford to grow anymore. I can't afford to buy my parents' farm. The value ain't there anymore. We can't produce enough to make it work. The problem is in subdivisions, when you subdivide a lot off, a person looks at that piece of land, let's say it's worth $100,000, and the lot is worth $100,000, he can buy the land, subdivide $100,000 off, and sell the land for $100,000 profit. I've seen this happen. It's happened in my neighborhood. I had a neighbor that made a business of it. But the price of land went up so high because of the game of subdivision that he could no longer afford. So then the price of lots went up. And now I see you guys deciding that subdivisions is a great plan. Let's do 3 of them instead of 1. So a $200,000 thing is now 600. Are you really going to increase the value of farmland to over $1 million? I can't afford it now. Like, what is this council's goal? Is it to drive the price up so that taxation on farming makes it unsustainable? I don't get it. And I stand here today not because I'm a farmer, because I can't afford to. You're ruining farmland. You are ruining it for the farmer. And then you're taking beautiful, good land and you're giving profitable land up to development, which destroys it because you have to take heavy equipment and rip that land apart to make that work. Now, I have a question, and it bugs me. I've come here today because I gave up on my farming. I came here because now I see a path forward with the Independence Party, and I've put my name forward as a candidate or as a contestant to run. And if God allowing, I would love to represent this province in the next election. But when I'm doing that, I go through all of the rules and regulations, and anybody that stands in a position of power has to listen to the people. The people of this riding, the people of this county. I've been knocking on doors, and this is a small number of the people. People are opposed to what this council is doing. And it's your job to represent the people of this county. So my question is this: if you're not abiding by the rules of lawmaking and you're not being a representative in this council, who do you represent?
Okay, we would invite the next speaker to come forward, please.
Good morning. My name is Pat Butler. I am in total disagreement with this. As many of you know, I'm not afraid to speak my voice. My grandchildren are 6th generation farmers. They are surviving in this economy with a lot of hard work, blood, sweat, and tears, and long hours. Every generation of us have been stewards of the land and farmers or ranchers. We have produced food for consumption by others. We are proud of our agricultural heritage. The extended family, as well as my family, have produced livestock genetics that are globally accepted and marketed. This is an example of Alberta beef contributing to the Alberta economy. I take strong exception to the acknowledgement on page 4 of the Clearwater County Municipal Development Plan that states, "We are a rural municipality that is undergoing transition to a rural-urban community. We want to capitalize on our growth and at the same time maintain our rural roots, as stated by the Council Strategic Plan 2022 to 2026. This is a rural municipality. I believe Council is not listening to the voices of the taxpayers who represented them to elect that base. Landowners in general are not in agreement with this statement. In other Alberta municipalities in the eastern slopes area of the Rocky Mountains, agricultural land maintenance is of utmost importance. Clearwater County does not appear to hold agricultural land of utmost importance. The land base is finite. No new land is being created. Urban sprawl consumes agricultural land in alarming numbers annually. On February 10th, 2023, a media release from Foothills County, or the MD of Foothills, stated that the city of Calgary has proposed an annexation of approximately 415 acres of land from Foothills County. This is yet another loss of productive agricultural land. Very productive. The Old Man River Regional Service Commission states that according to the 2016 Census of Agriculture, Alberta produces the largest number of cattle in the country, containing 41.6% of the national herd on more than 12,000 farms. Today, beef is the largest agri-food export out of the province, $2.5 billion in 2020, ahead of wheat at $2.3 billion and live cattle at $689 million. Clearwater County has a large cattle population between beef and dairy. Grassland is just as important, even though Clearwater County may consider it lesser valued agricultural land. Why do you want to disperse with agricultural land? Young people want to remain on the land to produce food for the global population. Farming isn't just a business, it's a way of life. I love the farm life. I am strongly opposed to lack of emphasis for agriculture in the proposed draft. This carries through to Section 5, where it states in 5.2.1 that Clearwater County shall, one of those ambiguous words, consider agriculture is an important land use, rather than Clearwater County will consider agriculture is an important land use. To me, Section 5 clearly shows the county does not respect the importance of agriculture in their vision for the future. Subdivision fits into that same thing. We have a global food shortage, but we want to kill the land here in Clearwater County? I think not. I oppose.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I might just remind, because there's a number of folks that have come in a little later, that we are allowing up to 5 minutes for each speaker, unless you're part of a group or identified group, and then we can allow up to 10 minutes for that. So just as a reminder, that's how we're conducting the meeting today, to remain fair to everybody that's here today. So I'll have staff introduce the next speakers, please.
Okay, I have Ken Qualley, Devin Nope, and Marianne Cole.
Good morning, and please identify yourself, Ken.
Good morning, councilors. Good morning, all. My name is Ken Qualley, and I have actively resided in this county for 67 plus years. I'm going to begin with what I think this is all about, acreages. First of all, do we need more acreages in the county? Well, we all know of one subdivision close to Rocky Mountain House, Diamond and Willow Estates, where 56 acreages have been up for sale for about 11 years. And there's not one person living in it. For 11 years, the taxpayers have been paying for snow removal, salting, sanding, weed control, grass cutting, and without 1 cent of revenue. Also, according to Public Works, repaving is required every 11 years. In Diamond Willow Estates, 11 years is up. This time it's on the county, which is the taxpayers, to foot the bill, likely in the millions of dollars. Not 1 cent yet come back. No one lives there, and there's 56 empty acreages. Inferior acres, 22 acreages have been available for sale for several years. None of those are sold. Do we need more acreages? I don't know what the stats are, but I believe the number of acreages presently for sale in Clearwater is well over 300. I agree with Councillor Cermak's comments. of listening to the voice of the taxpayers. If you read the core values, and this is your core values of the county, you will read that councillors are accountable to their electors. Therefore, their electors have spoken today and in the previous open house meetings overwhelmingly against more acreages. It was about 78% to 22% at the last census. Why are we discussing this? Now let's talk a little about pecuniary interests. Just hang on, let's talk a little bit about pecuniary interests. The MGA states that if you, as a councillor or your immediate family, have a pecuniary interest, in other words, could have a potential financial gain by the outcome of a vote, you must remove yourself from the vote, or there could be legal consequences. I have great respect for Councillor Lougheed, but I'm going to ask for his removal from the councillor's final vote. As he clearly can be perceived as being in a conflict of interest or in a pecuniary position. Mr. Lougheed, I believe, or I was told, has about 5/4 of land around the growth hamlet of a condor. And if you do the math, he would probably have between 1 and 2 million reasons to vote in favor of these 4 parcels. This is not to say he would subdivide these parcels of land, but the opportunity puts him in a pecuniary position. Farmers and acreage holders choose to live in the country where there is peace and quiet. That can no longer be true if someone is living on your doorstep. Brazeau County told our council to not make the mistake they made. 4 parcels per quarter. When I was on council, we had numerous incidents when there was huge conflicts between landowners and acreage owners. This is why we put the right to farm policy in the MDP, meaning the farmer has first right to farm as he sees fit. I hope this clause will still exist. Red Deer County had an incident where police shut the farmer combines down at 9 p.m. because this activity conflicted with their noise bylaw. A nice fall evening when you can do combining. Shut her down, guys. Anyway, Red Deer, So Red Deer County no longer has any first parcels out, and neither does Lacombe County. Zippo. My wife and I personally spent our life savings to buy an acreage next door to protect our country living. A local surveyor had an offer to purchase on this property, subject to being subdivided into acreages. It was turned down at first reading, but we chose to buy it to protect ourselves. Anyway, I'm running out of time, and so I was just, the other thing I wanted to say, interesting thing, I had a phone call last night from a councillor that wanted my opinion on an amendment to create a second parcel out, only if it passes by Municipal Planning Commission criteria. That councillor just happens to be the chairperson of the Municipal Planning Commission. Is that a conflict of interest or what?
All right, your time is elapsed. Thank you very much for sharing with us. Well, I have encouraged the crowd in the past to save their applause to the end so that we can maximize the time that you are able to spend at the microphone. But thank you very much for your comments. We would invite the next applicant or the next presenter to come forward, please.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity here to speak. My name is Devin Knopp. I am a 3rd generation on our farm, but I come to you this morning wearing sort of 2 hats. I come before you as a concerned resident, but also as a concerned business owner. Well, I'm not the owner, but I'm representing our owner. He's away today. So first, I'd like to start as the concerned resident. I voice a very similar opinion of being against a good chunk of what the municipal development plan has in it, particularly around the acreages. I voice a lot of the same opinions that have already been said, so I won't reiterate that, but more from the business perspective of things. Agriculture in a whole is very much under a lot of pressure, whether we're talking federally, provincially, or internationally. So I don't see the need to put additional pressure on agriculture unnecessarily. As an example, I'm an agronomist. I work with landowners, many of which are sitting in the seats behind me. There's limitations on what I can do and what I cannot do on small acre holdings. 5 acres, 7 acres, 10 acres, anything less than that. If you don't hold the agricultural minimum standard to qualify as a farm, I cannot sell you anything. I cannot sell you chemical. I cannot provide you with agronomic advice because it puts my conflict with my professional designation. It falls under a different classification. It falls under industrial or landscape, which I'm not covered under. I'm covered under agriculture. And so if you do not qualify with a minimum farm income, I cannot sell you a jug of Roundup. So how do you manage your weeds? Now you're looking at industrial. So if somebody under industrial, you're going to hire them. Now they're not going to charge what your typical agricultural applicator or custom rate. They're going to charge an exorbitant amount because they have the opportunity to make large amounts of money. So I, for one, am seeing a reduction in my business potential. So it's going to hurt me financially, which you're telling me this is going to drive potential income for people looking for jobs, work opportunities. It could kill my business. So I don't see this as a great opportunity. I see this as a reduction in opportunity. On the side of the standpoint of a landowner, I personally believe that there's elements of this MDP that are missing, and it's a before step. Land use zones. I brought this up before. I think the county needs to look at developing land use zones so we have responsible development of certain areas. There is areas in this county where it is appropriate to have multi-lot subdivisions or multiple subdivisions out. It is appropriate in this county to have resource development and resource extraction, but it doesn't need to happen willy-nilly. We need to have land use zones so that those areas can be defined and have appropriate bylaws and policies that drive their management, their development, and their execution, as well as their reclamation. Because that is an important part of any land use zone, is that it is used appropriately, it is managed appropriately, and is brought back into its original existence. Without that, I don't see this MDP having any success. You need to have those land use zones. So we protect agriculture. I don't see having multiple subdivisions out on a prime piece of quarter section as appropriate. Now, we also heard a lot of people speaking, well, the examples came up, if I have 20 acres on the other side of a creek that I can't get access to. Do we want to see multi-lot subdivisions or multiple subdivisions on the banks of our creeks or on wetlands? Those are also areas we need to protect. Currently, we're seeing a lot of federal push, I'm not going to get into that topic right now, on preserving our environment, carbon sequestration, carbon management. So are we going to pollute our waters? We're going to pollute our wetlands? We're going to reduce their viability? That's not going to happen. So where are we going to push those acreages and multi-lot subdivisions into? Prime agricultural land, because that's where the high ground is. The tops of the hills, the south-facing slopes. That's where we're going to see it. But we need to have that land managed appropriately. Now, land prices are inflating, and that's been brought up before. I'm a young producer. I'm trying to get into the game. I can't afford land right now. But I sure don't want to buy a bunch of 10-acre lots of land at $100,000 or $200,000 or $300,000, because it's no way to build a farm. You need to have the largest amount of land to optimize your cost, but also your profit per acre basis. I respect the individuals that want to have chickens, a few pigs, and feed themselves. I, for one, am doing that myself. I enjoy that. I like to feed my family the food that I raise and grow off my piece of property. But I realize that doesn't contribute to the greater economic good of this province. We need to have large economic opportunities, large farms, or the ability for farms to grow and continue to develop in a responsible manner. Acreages are going to limit that expansion. They're going to bring in a lot of other things. Now, I don't know if council is ready to provide urban style services such as garbage collection, waste management, things like that, because that's ultimately where we're headed. If we continue down this road, it's going to become urbanized, and I don't like it. That's my piece. I appreciate you listening to my time, and I hope you all have a great day.
Thank you, Devin. I think we can invite the next speaker to come forward, please.
I do have written copies as well.
Sure. And yeah.
Good morning, everybody. And first of all, thank you, council and staff, for organizing this meeting this morning. My name is Mary Ann Cole, and I'm president of the Clearwater County Taxpayers Association.
Mary Ann,
Before-
can I ask you, first of all, are you representing the Taxpayers Association? Because I
Yes.
can allow you more time with that
Yes.
as a group.
Yes.
So we'd go to the 10-minute,
Yeah.
10-minute maximum. That's okay. Just as long as we have that understanding level before we start.
Okay. Now, I do have a question, Liz, before I start my presentation. Could you draw up that page where you had the comparison of the previous NDP and the current proposed NDP? Because I've had some concerns about the comparison there with the first parcels out.
Go ahead, Liz, please. I would look for the consensus of council. I'm seeing thumbs up, so I think in general, we are receptive to that. Again, bear with us as we,
Yeah, no problem.
as we go through the technicalities to do that, so.
Whoa. Right there. That one. With that, on the very first line, the current MDP, unlimited first subdivision. Then in the proposed one, it also says unlimited first subdivision. Should that not have been unlimited two subdivisions? Because it's proposing that there be potentially now 3 titles per quarter. That would be 2 subdivisions plus the original.
Yep. Go ahead, please, if you can share some light on that, please.
Is this working? Okay. So it depends on how you look at it. The first you have a quarter section. No, this has been a conversation we've discussed each time.
So, in general, the purpose of a hearing is for us to hear what you want, not to engage in a debate on any specifics. It's really for you to share what you understand, what other people have told you, what your community's feeling, what everybody here today wants to share about what they understand as they have read the MDP. So if there is some specific items, we can clarify
The
through a
first
question.
subdivision in both of those will create your second title. The third subdivision will create your third title.
So it
Both.
is allowing 2 automatic subdivisions and the original
First title is your quarter section. Second title is a new one.
And your third title
one
is
is
a
a
new
third
one.
title.
Yes,
So
a new
it-
one.
They both allow that first subdivision, which creates a second title.
Well,
And if I can, I don't know if we can add a minute back to the timer because there was an exchange, and I certainly want you to have as much time as possible for your comments. Is that possible? Again, I ask for your patience as we work through our technicalities here, or we can allow you to just speak for a minute and then we'll start the timer.
well, I
again.
did time my presentation and it was 8 minutes, so,
Okay.
but I've
well,
added a couple
I want to make
comments.
sure that you have full opportunity so that we don't create a moment if we run out of time. So I think we're reset to 9 minutes, so
Okay.
if that's okay, and I do appreciate the crowd's
I need my presentation up.
patience with this.
Okay, on to the first one. Okay, it's already been addressed this morning, and so I won't spend any more time on there, but a very, very concerning part of the MDP, the draft one, was page 4, the bottom sentence there, where it says we are a rural municipality that is undergoing transition to a rural urban community. And in recent meetings and phone calls, I have repeatedly heard the concerns over the words transition to a rural urban community. Whether it's been farmers or acreage owners, they do not want to become an urban community. They love our rural lifestyle and absolutely want to maintain it. If we go on to what we have heard, next. We look at the results of our county's own survey, and it's been brought up this morning as well, and you see the number of only 345. This survey was sent out in the summer at a very, very busy time, and certainly the number of responses are disappointing, but if you look at the numbers, they are a clear indication of where the majority sits. And in any election, it wouldn't matter how many people voted, you must go with what the majority says. And that's what we would expect in this, in working with this municipal development plan. Again, I highlight 78% were in favor of only one parcel out. 68% disagreed with more than 2 parcels being allowed to be subdivided. These figures certainly uphold the majority of the comments that we also heard at public engagement meetings this summer. Next. Very recently, the CCTA was invited to come to 2 meetings organized by concerned taxpayers, even though they were organized on, I must say, very short notice. The attendance was good, and you can see the result of a show of hands regarding the current MDP. Everyone was opposed. Once again, what we heard now was certainly the very same as what was expressed at the meetings in the summer and voiced on the survey. And you've heard the concerns here already this morning, so I won't spend a lot of time on those. The big one is the loss of agricultural land. And I do want to note that in the current MDP, the words conserve agricultural land are written. Those words are nowhere in this current MDP. And we've also heard about the other concerns. Nobody's mentioned the concerns on impact on services such as school bus safety, increased demand for first responders, and the increase in crime. Those were things that came out of the meeting at Caroline this summer. If we look at the next one, we've all wondered, what is the county's push? Where does this come from? Now, the reasons that we've been given are commercial development, estate planning, need for more housing and economic development, and, quote, ongoing requests. And that one is the one that probably disturbs me the most because, yes, you will hear from the people that want to come in and subdivide. You do not hear from the majority of people that don't want to come in and subdivide. First of all, commercial development should be directed to the county's very own industrial park in the northeast corner of Caroline. The county spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to purchase and partially develop this property. To my knowledge, no lots have been sold. Instead of putting commercial development out in the rural areas, put it there, and it could be a real positive economic driver for the village. We also heard this morning about another industrial developed area north of Rocky. We don't need more industrial development elsewhere. As for estate planning, that is not a county responsibility and should not be a matter of consideration. As for the county's justification for these issues and their development of the MDP, I was particularly troubled by a video, if you could go to the next slide, and these questionable comments I heard on it. These are the comments that were questionable. The MDP is reflective of the long-term vision the community and ratepayers desire. It is forward-thinking of what the community wants to be like 20, 30 years from now. It illustrates a high degree of community consensus. Those are quotes right from that video. From what we have heard and seen, these comments are absolutely false. The ratepayers do not desire extra subdivisions. This is not their long-term vision. The community does not want to be a rural-urban community. They want to remain rural. Consequently, I'm wondering, what did you use to substantiate this video? Was there general public engagement or consultation prior to the MDP draft being written? Is to give you the actual community vision that you are portraying? The answer is no, no, no. Consequently, the reliability of this video and the support for the MDP is definitely questionable. As mentioned earlier, there is a supposed need for more housing. Next slide, please. On Sunday, I Googled acreages for sale in Clearwater County, and this came up. It may not be visible to all of you, but the headline above the picture says 119 homes for sale in rural Clearwater County, and that's on the RE/MAX site. Then I did some more research on Meadow Ponds, or what is now known as Diamond Willow Estates, and you can go to the next slide, please. And Ken has already alluded to this, the rural estate subdivision south of Rocky that has been on the for sale for 11 years, and none of the, in the lot it said 55, but Ken said 56, whatever. None have sold. And I might add a bit of an interesting note. The consultant that assisted with the planning of that project was Parkland Regional Planning, the same one that was the beginning advisor for this MDP review. Anyway, with 119 homes or acreages throughout the county and 55 empty lots in one subdivision, is there really a need for more? Throughout this whole process, it has been very disturbing that while public engagement opportunities have occurred and significant taxpayer dollars have been spent, the voice of the people, the value of agriculture, and the protection of the rural lifestyle has been ignored. I want to just close with a few pictures about making of a pitcher of iced tea. If you look at the bottom, at the labels, at the bottom are farmers and residents, county council, administration, planning, and consultants. If we go to the next, there you see the strength of the drink is at the bottom. Go to the next one. If we mix it, just add water, it's a very weak, weak solution. And that's where we're at now. We have to have a strong mix. We need a good mix of ideas that begins with the strength of the voice with those with their feet on the ground. As I said, adequate mixing has not taken place. On behalf of all residents, I ask Council to initiate a review, reconsideration, and a remix to ensure a stronger, more beneficial result. We ask that the final flavor of this document, go on to the next picture, please, we ask that the final flavor of this document be the combination of a valued foundation, a strong foundation, and an understanding mix that strongly supports agriculture and the rural lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much, Mary Ann. I think we're into the noon hour now. That's clock always gets me, but we're 12:04 right now. So we will break for lunch to allow you a time to go out and go through a drive-through or whatever plans you have for lunch. So we will meet back in 1 hour, 12:05. Or sorry, 1:05. We'll get going here in the next couple of minutes. So maybe while people are finding their seats, just to use our time as good as possible, I'll just kind of outline the process we're using today. I know we have a number of people that have joined us after lunch. So first, everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall address council and shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor or opposed to the bylaw. Individuals may speak for a maximum of 5 minutes, and one spokesperson per group or organization may speak for a maximum of 10 minutes. That time does go very quickly, so I would suggest that if you've got an important point to make, that you do it early. We aren't able to extend that time. Keep comments constructive and not disruptive. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. And no outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the discretion of the chairman. So with that, I would look to staff to perhaps introduce our next 3 presenters, please. And again, these would be presenters that are wishing to speak in opposition of the proposal.
Okay, so I have Dara Wall, Vicky Birkbeck, and Amy Boyd.
So I'd welcome those folks to come forward, and if you're first, so if you'd like to take the microphone, by all means, please just introduce yourself to the crowd, please.
I may be the only one of us 3 left by the looks of it here. Let me just bring this up on my phone. Okay, my name is Amy Boyd. I'm opposed to the NDP draft. I live south of Alhambra, and I am not a public speaker, so I'll do my best to communicate my concerns that are of my opinion. First off, I am disappointed that there will be no interaction between this council and those of us in this room and tuned in online. I came here to hear an answer to my questions. I wanted to hear that answer made publicly, and it is worrisome to me if it cannot or will not happen. In regards to the MDP, I did not like the suggestion that we were transitioning to a rural-urban community. What does that mean exactly? Thanks to Justin Trudeau, maybe I am sensitive to anything with the expression transition in it right now, and for good reason. Also, I had read a large portion of the document and found it very vague and wordy. There were repeated references to "as per the NDP" in regards to land use regulations, but I found that the specific details as to what the parameters were for land use were not listed or mentioned clearly. I have talked to friends who've read the entire document, and apparently the same issues I noticed were consistent to the end. Why does this concern me, and what does this have to do with anything? After seeing firsthand what has and is still happening in our country this last year and around the world, I worry that this vague document is paving the way to something that has no place in our community now or in the future. What I refer to is specifically this, and so I would have liked to direct a question, several in fact, to the council that I had hoped they would address after the community feedback section of this meeting has come to a close. What political partners or forces are associated with our provincial powers that have interests in our land use and bylaws? Do the United Nations and/or Agenda 2030 have anything to do with how our community development is being driven? This is my opinion, but I will throw out there that the timing of these changes and the things happening around the world are likely not a coincidence. Is it possible that this document is just a small stepping stone in a larger plan that does not hold individual sovereignty as a priority? So again, what powers are really behind the decision-making that happens in our province and community? I will feel much better about the trajectory of this MDP draft and subsequent bylaws to follow if my questions would be addressed by the end of this meeting. I will no longer trust what someone has to say unless it can be said simply and said from the heart. Gone are the days where we blindly trust those who should be defending our interests, but are no longer doing so. Those who sit on a council to represent their municipality, yet will not engage in conversation with us or have an honest conversation. It is kind of like all of these meetings are but a charade to give us the illusion of hope and control over our own lives, when the decisions are being made by people not involved in our lives and without our consent. Let the record show that some of us see the truth, and we will not stand idly by while others make decisions without our consent. I say this not as a threat, but to remind each of you, and truly every single one of us, the importance for accountability of thinking for yourself and not following the status quo. Most importantly, the importance for each of us to take responsibility in where things go from here. We do not have to subscribe to a world agenda if we, the God-fearing people of Clearwater County, decide that it does not align with the values we wish to live our lives by. That's all.
Thank you, and I invite the next speaker to come forward, and please state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Vicki Birkbeck. I was raised in Clearwater County and recently returned. I'm opposed to more than one parcel out per quarter and agree with most of the others who spoke before me. Additionally, I would like to take a moment to speak on Ken Qualley's behalf as he ran out of time. So I'm just going to read the rest of his notes. Dividing these quarters into 4 parcels will also disrupt the agricultural industry. Land prices per quarter will soar, so no young people will be able to choose agriculture as a career or way of life. That is not the way to welcome people into our community. The rural municipalities of Alberta, or RMAs, #1 priority is to protect agricultural land. Let's lend a helping hand. Considering all the acreages available and considering Brazeau County, who have implemented and regretted the policy of 4 parcels per quarter, I strongly encourage council to listen to their electorates and make the right decision for our country's future. Leave Section 10 as it is with no amendments. So that was from Ken Qualley. On a personal note, I have seen the subdivision on the Everdale Road empty for several years, and every week I see newspaper articles asking for pasture land and agricultural land. And living on the Clearwater River, the last thing I want is campgrounds next to me or close neighbors. Finally, I have a list of a few people who are unable to attend but also want first parcel out only. These people want their names counted at this public hearing. Earl Hollingsworth, Councillor Melhalf. Jim Greer, Councillor Melhalf. Lloyd Lindsay, Councillor Melhalf. Willa Lindsay, Councillor Melhalf. Alan Marshall, Councillor Melhalf. Geraldine Ross, Councillor Ratcliffe. Warren Peterson, Councillor Radcliffe. Mary Gideon, Councillor Radcliffe. Doreen McLean, Councillor Radcliffe. Kelsey Bodigwell, Councillor Radcliffe. Stefan Bodwell, Councillor Radcliffe. Dennis Ross, Councillor Melhalf. Jim Mitchell, Councillor Northcott. Wilma McKenzie, Councillor Graham. George Loomer, Councillor Lougheed, Gordon Copeless, who spoke today, he made it, Laurel Copeless, Councillor Norcott, Larry Titford, Councillor Swanson, Cliff Calvert, Councillor Melhalf, Pauline Calvert, Councillor Melhalf, Marv Stevens, Councillor Melhalf, Glenn Bayball, Councillor Northcott, Daryl Rock, Councillor Northcott, Cindy Rock, Councillor Northcott, Arnold Fink, Councillor Radcliffe, Heather Walchenko, Councillor Melhalf, Kathy McDonald, Councillor Melhalf, Brian Donnelly, Councillor Melhalf, Barb Donnelly, Councillor Melhalf, Dan Birkbeck, Councillor Melhalf. And that concludes what I have to say.
Thank you. And so I would look to staff for the next. Oh. Well, good afternoon and welcome. If you could state your name for us, please, and then go ahead with your presentation.
Howdy. I'm Dara Wall, District 7, and I just need to say that you guys have all had a chance to read my letters, and I have to thank personally Councillor Northcott for the only response and the good conversation. So thank you. I am against Section 10. Moving here from special areas, you guys are just weird. There's like partial hobby farms on every partial quarter and different titles all over the place. It's just weird. You guys are essentially forcing the next generation into different counties. You've artificially inflated land prices. You've made it impossible for anyone to afford to purchase here. They can go elsewhere to a different county and essentially get multiple parcels. They can get 3 or 4 quarters or sections with a farmstead on it they can move right into and start getting going. So you've ruined that. I don't know how you can remediate the damage that it's caused, but you definitely don't need to make it worse. I know you have in the whatever section, the future residential growth to minimize land taken out of agriculture. So do that. Go with Rocky, go with Leslieville, go with Condor, and put in subdivision. 2 to 20 acres, indoor riding arena. Make it accessible. Municipal sewer and water. Make it accessible to the city people that want to come out, own a couple horses, but don't have the wherewithal or the knowledge to actually live inside the country. They don't want to do that. I'm also against your broadband. A $22 million hit to my taxes? Get Starlink. I'm sorry, just go ahead, get Starlink. That's available to everybody now. And you know what, if the county is looking for a business investment, then put up a 4-season greenhouse. Keeps me from driving all the way to Gull Lake to get my vegetables in the wintertime. I'm against your, what was it? The whole renewable energy aspect. You want to cooperate with the province for all this renewable energy, and yet in Section 8, when you talk about tourism, you mention and you acknowledge that our pristine views are part of the attraction, and you'd want to actually threaten that by putting up those damaging wind turbines, those monstrosities? No, I'm against that also. Just one other thing, I had the time last night to just go over this again in preparation, and just for Liz's aspect, I looked into the Vicinia planning and Liz as a third-party consultant with the International Association for Public Participation, who happens to partner with the UN Economic and Social Commission for the UN Sustainable Development Goals. I do not support that. I never elected a global corrupt corporation as my local government, so I don't know why her input has any say. And I don't care for having the UN involved in my activities. So I guess in general, I still got 2 minutes left. I guess in general, I'm just saying I request that you rescind all of these amendments and this entire plan, and we won't discuss it again. So, yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you for your comments. We will look to the next presenters, please.
I have 3 names here where people weren't sure if they were going to speak. on the same page, but I'll list them. Linda Brown, Rick Northcott, and Lorraine Northcott. Also, I just want to note if I've called anybody's name that isn't here, there will be a chance after for everyone to speak, just like the in favor. So. Yep.
Would any of those individuals be available or wish to speak at this time? Seeing no one available, can we move down the list to the
I'll
next
move
three,
on
please?
to the next one. So Kim Simo, I think it's Dennis Simo, and Ron Schultz.
Oh, welcome, and please state your name for the
afternoon.
record.
So my name is Kim Simo, and my family has a farm down on James River. I want to thank all of you, those who have spent countless hours on this endeavor. It can be a thankless position to be in, and one that can be very divisive. I appreciate all your time and your energy. As the NDP stands, I am opposed to it. As a previous presenter brought up land use zones, I'll speak quickly to that. In correspondence with the county, my family had expressed concern with the soft language of may in places within the MDP. We are still concerned about this. For example, in 7.2.19 says that the county may engage to establish an accurate and current database on the location of aggregate resources and maps of therein. It would be prudent to have this information before making decisions and not after. This soft language is also apparent in 5.2.11. The county may prepare an agricultural master plan to articulate the long-term vision for agriculture production in Clearwater. The second sentence right after starts with, "This plan is expected." The two words of may and expected are contradictory terms. Making a guiding document without having all the information we need to do so is a poor business model. Please consider revising these sections. In regards to subdividing, for our family, the issue is not about the second subdivision or 3 titles on a quarter. It is when the MDP goes further and under 10.2.3 allows for the redesignation of the land use on any quarter, including those subdivided parcels, which could result in campgrounds or multi-residential lots. It is deceiving to say that we're talking about 3 titles. This could result in many more than 3 titles on a quarter section. In addition, 10.2.9 states there is no cap on the number of multi-lot residential proposals which could be approved. Of further concern, 6.2.8 discusses looking into converting Crown land in negotiation with the province or in consultation with them to multi-lot residential development. It is these multi-lot subdivisions and campgrounds that concern my family the most. Approving the MDP as it stands with the potential for more than 3 titles per quarter will ensure farmland surrounded by acreages. It is because of these sections my family cannot support the MDP as it stands. I'm not confident that the councillors have an accurate pulse on their constituents' feelings on the MDP. I don't know if I would have an accurate picture if I was in your shoes. I do know I have been hard-pressed to find people in my area who support it. Statistics can also be calculated and shown to represent all perspectives, both supportive and unsupportive. And we've seen that today. At a previous meeting, councillors told us directly that any person who does not send in feedback or speak up as a vote is a vote in favor of the MDP. This is an illogical conclusion. With such diverse changes and opinions, perhaps the only way to know how the county residents truly feel is a plebiscite. None of us can predict the future, but what we do now will affect the future. A change in land use designation in 1964 has placed our James River area in a position now in 2023, which was never foreseen but now has current profound negative and costly implications. There is no such thing as over-communicating. While it may feel that this has been a long undertaking, sometimes you need to slow down first to speed up later. Be wise and continue to check your thinking. Get curious about the dissension and seek clarity. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. And good afternoon and welcome. Please identify yourself.
Dennis Simo. My wife Kim covered most of the things. There's a couple things that I don't know if you can answer for me, mostly just one, and it's clarification in the NDP. I've asked around and I can't seem to get the correct answer, the correct number is in a quarter section, 160 acres. So like what Kim said, you get your first, second, and third title, and then if you ask for rezoning, what is the maximum I can put on my quarter? If I break into, I'm a developer and I want to develop the other, let's say I break 2 acre parcels out, so there's 4 acres, so out of the remaining, can I break it down to a 1 acre parcel? Is that possible? What is the maximum I can put on my quarter?
Would staff like to clarify that for this gentleman?
I can try to clarify. When you want to subdivide, if somebody wanted to do a multi-lot subdivision, they could come in and we would say like, hey, you got to get an area structure plan to put 10 industrial lots on there. Or if they wanted to do like a multi-lot residential subdivision, if they wanted to have a one-off industrial subdivision that wouldn't fit in an existing subdivision, they could come in and propose to rezone that property to an industrial to possibly subdivide it, but that would go to council for a decision independently.
Yeah, I understand that as well.
But
I'm
once
looking
they
for the
wanted to do that
maximum.
again, then council would probably see you have to get an area structure plan, and that would go through a public process as well, and there's no guarantee that it would be approved.
I understand, but I'm looking for the possible maximum titles I could put on my quarter.
If I may.
Yeah, please.
There are many considerations when
Yes.
we are evaluating a planning proposal.
Yes.
One being, services,
Okay.
accesses,
Yes.
Environmental amenities, close to a river. We also need to talk to other agencies. So there are many factors that are taken
And
into
I
consideration.
understand that, but I'm still not understanding, in the best case scenario, if I can break it down into 1 acre parcels, or if I can only break a section into 1 acre parcels, and then the rest has to stay in larger parcels. I'm trying to find the maximum number that's
I don't think we can give you
possible.
that number.
Yeah.
What would happen is that area structure plan would be proposed by whomever that landowner is.
Okay.
They would present that number, and they might create a new land use within the land use bylaw to give more density. But
So
those all go through processes that are
Okay.
public.
Yeah.
And so none of us could give you a number that this is the maximum that could happen.
So if I take out my 3 titles that we've already clarified that we're looking to do, can I apply in to do another 70 parcels out of that quarter?
That would be through the area structure plan
But it's a
process.
possibility?
That is a possibility under the
Okay.
Municipal Government
Thanks.
Act.
Thanks.
That is a possibility.
My only other comment, I guess, is to the council, and it seems to be, it's been said before, but I'm going to say it again, is I encourage you to go door to door and talk to your members of your area to actually find out who's for and who's against, to find out really who you are supporting to get the actual proper vote. If you do that and you need to change your vote, I strongly encourage you. If you do that and your vote has to be changed, I also would ask you to step down as that area's representative because you're not representing that area properly. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, and please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Ron Schultz, and I'm from Michelle's district, Division 7. So just a few things, because it's been covered very well by a lot of the speakers that have been before me here, but it's hard to come at the end and make up anything new. But there's things about this urban-rural issue. The definition itself, it's like oil and water. They just don't mix. You need one, you need both, but you can't put them together. They don't work. One of the issues around with when you get 4 acreages into a parcel and you have your farmers working around the area trying to combine, spray crops, do what they do and what their business was for, and then all of a sudden you've got 3 or 4 acreages coming against them saying, no, we need you to shut down at 9 o'clock at night and we need you to, turn down the noises, can't spray, my kids are sick, we get allergies, we got all this. And now all of a sudden, using our democratic processes against us, there's 3 or 4 of them voting against your one vote, so guess who gets opted out? And we've seen that in this county for other things. They make too much noise, you're scaring my horses, my dogs, everything's running, and they're gonna go through the fence, and then who's gonna pay? And you got smells that we don't approve of, things like that, so it's best that they stay in their urban environments and let the rural people stay in the rural environment. And on that other note, I'll draw the attention to that map over there on the wall, and we can see, and I've got the one in here as well. You see the yellow area along the side, that is deeded land. So we can talk about 81,000 acres or whatever in the Clearwater County, but that is the only deeded land that we have. The rest is Crown land, and the Crown land, they are not willing to do this. We've heard all about this Y2K and stuff. They're trying to shut us down, not open up more farmland. So I don't see that happening anytime soon. And if you were to take, in the next 10 years, as per the MDP, and take 3,900 acres out of that yellow section, that takes a big chunk. And technically, it's only for the first 3 years, because then you're going to reassess, and then you could end up with, well, we decided we can take maybe 40 subdivisions. We could maybe take 50, because we keep using in this document the word may, and may, it means nothing to a bunch of people when it comes from government levels anymore. When we have countries that are on the news, the national news, that are losing their farming rights, like Holland is and stuff like that, and they're out there on the streets having to fight for their own rights, that concerns us in the neighborhood. When we have our own prime minister telling us in 2030 you will own nothing and be happy, how can that sit good with anybody? We're going down a bad, bad path here, which has a very terrible outcome. In our area, we're willing to spend more on information highways than we are actual roads and accesses. You've heard it from people. They're orphaned roads and stuff like that. And, but we have found it in ourselves to be able to come up with millions and millions of dollars so that everybody can have Wi-Fi or internet in their house so the kids can sit there and play their games at high speed. Well, that's just wonderful. That doesn't do anything. And when you talk about your aging community, I would almost bet that 60 to 70% of the people that were here today aren't on social media. They're not on, some of them don't even have emails because I've asked them. I asked how to get a contact with them, and they don't even have the emails. So having said that, all the green initiatives like wind and solar just destroys the land and the neighbors around it. And I'm going to say that I was going to ask, but we've lost about half of our meeting room here already. But, you know, the definition when we came in the door was, are you opposed or are you for? That was very one-sided, because we're not necessarily opposed to the entire MDP, but there's definitely sections of it that are under severe opposition. So having to pick a side right off the hop, I wonder how many people in this room would have changed their mind if they recognized that they didn't have to go one way or the other. They're just opposed. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I'd look to staff again to introduce our next potential presenters, please.
Okay, I have Greg Summeth, I believe it is, Doreen Butler, and Victor Penner.
Well, good afternoon and welcome. I'll ask you to step up to the podium and please share your name with us, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Greg Summers. Thank you for your time. I apologize that my back's turned to everybody behind me, but it's the way it's set up here today. So I am opposed, definitely opposed. You can say you're opposed to parts of it. You can say you're opposed to all of it. I'm opposed to all of it. We can't bring in parts of this and let it stand, because what's going to happen, this is the third time everybody that's opposed to it has got up and said they're opposed to it. And we're still battling it. We're still fighting it. We can't keep rolling with this and bring it in. Less people are going to show up. It's like the criminal justice system in hearings. The more you drag it on and drag it on, the people that care about it stop showing up. Okay? So just remember that. So I try to dig up some facts and bring this in here. Parkland Planning Committee, how much, question for you folks, how much of Alberta is farmable land? You guys are hired to study this stuff. You guys are put in place, paid to study and come up with these facts, right? Like, how much of Alberta is farmable land? Fact, 16%, 2013 by the Western Producers. That is produced or published in the Western Producer. That is 10 years ago. That is decreased by approximately 3 to 5% by now. Of that creates 32% of Western Canada farmland, 34% of Canadian farmland. And we're going to start putting houses on it. Nobody puts a house on a swamp. Nobody. I got low land. Cows can eat on it in the wintertime, right? But if I start subdividing, I'm not going to put one there, right? So it's going to be on high ground. Everybody here has said that already. Sorry, I'm reiterating, right? It was brought up earlier that 30% decrease from 2009 forward on purchasing and developed parcels. Well, 2009 we had a pretty big recession. Most of this county works in the oil patch. Who doesn't? Works in spin-off jobs from it, environmental and things like that, right? So you start taking 15 acres, 15 acres, 15 acres, right? It's 45 acres with houses, fences, everything else. Now we can't put a pipeline through there. Not everybody's for pipelines. But as it stands today, it's a pretty big point of our income, folks. It's what pays me to feed my cows, all right? So, you know what? You're going to kick one tax base out of here to try and increase another one that you're not making any revenue on right now. The oil patch pays pretty good revenue to the county, right? It's public knowledge. Folks, if you want to look it up, you can find it. There's a lot of outside influence. I'm not going to get into that. There's a lot of outside investment. I'm not going to get into that either. There's land that's been sitting vacant, I can't put cows on. Nobody can, because we can't track down the owners, right? There's 4 sections of land, the east of Crammond, in individual parcels. The fences are down. They're not hanging it. They're not farming it. Okay, you know what? We're fighting for the land that we got to keep. I got a claw for grassland. There's me and a couple other neighbors. Like, we don't go behind other people's back to get the grassland, but there's a lot of people after it as soon as it becomes available. Somebody retires, hey, what you doing with your grass, right? We can always buy hay, bring it in, but you can't buy grass, right? Like, that's the other part too. We gotta keep the opportunity for our kids to be able to get cattle. You can't raise a herd of cattle on 3 acres. You can raise one, that's fine. But you can't raise a herd of cattle. And a herd of cattle is what it takes to make farmers and cattlemen in this industry. Not 1, not 2, not 4, right? Like, that's a big thing. I've grown up farming. My parents grew up farming. I hope my kids can grow up farming. I have a quarter section of land. My house has to be 300 feet from that property line, so do any buildings that sustain power, water, or that I live in. Somebody puts an acreage right next door on the neighbor's place, 75 feet from my fence line, they can build whatever they want. There's nothing I can do about it. I can contest it, but 10 other people vote for it, and that's the Democrat. That's how it works, right? Populist vote, right? You get it. I get it. The problem is we're letting this continue to be a problem. We're letting this continue to happen. Everybody has to fight with the concept of, well, I guess I got to deal with these acreage people next door. Well, you know what? There's a lot of acreages that are put in the wrong places. And there's a lot of acreages in this county that have been put on acreages and approved by people that are on the Municipal Planning Committee that own the land they approved. And you can't deny that. Right from industrial areas to their own subdivisions. And what I wanted to make sure here today, that it somehow, somewhere, we're not going to do the same exact thing, that in a few years down the road, there's going to be family members, cousins, brothers, whatever, of people that approve this whole thing so that Cousin Joe, Uncle Tom, whoever can start selling their farmland and making money off of a subdivision that normally wouldn't go. We've got the county that's looking for money because they need income coming in. I get it. Well, stop spending it in places it doesn't need to be spent. Let's stop building campgrounds beside private campgrounds. Okay? Let's stop mulching and fencing no exit roads. Okay? Thank you. Thank
Thank you very much, and thank you for being respectful also of the time constraints we face here today. Our next presenter, please.
Good day. My name is Victor Penner. I moved here about 17 years ago to this county, enjoyed it, and still do. There are probably 6 acreages around my property. I've been there, like I said, 15 years, bought a quarter section. These acreages, there's now about, I could probably count 7 or 8 different neighbors in that in that amount of time. They do change. Average, we all know that, the average acreage is 3 to 5 years. We hear a lot of pros about acreages, and I was really like the previous speakers for it, but a lot of acreages are not child living there. A lot of acreages are somebody else going to live there eventually, and we all know what happens. I've been fortunate with very good acreage people, but sometimes it can cause our farms to change. What I don't like the most is this statement, and everybody else has said it. We are a rural municipality, is what you guys said. We are a rural municipality. Then it goes that is undergoing transition to a rural-urban community, wanting to capitalize on our growth and at the same time maintain our rural roots. As people have said, it's kind of an impossibility, but I commend you for your action. I'm in section or council or Division 7. Nobody wanted to run. It was our lady was acclimated. I do not want to run, I'm sorry, and I guess a lot of other people don't, but it's a tough job. Your last name is government, and I feel sorry for you with that label stuck to you. With that, I just am opposed to this development plan. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will look to staff once again for the next 3 participants.
Okay, I have Ty Northcott, Nathan Leclerc, and Brent Hudkins.
Well, good afternoon and welcome. If you would state your name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Ty Northcott. I'm a landowner in the Butte area. I'm opposed to the MDP. A lot of people had touched on many different things today in regards to all this, so I'm not going to touch on a bunch of them, but I believe this is a gateway issue to the land use bylaw problems we're going to have come up next if we keep promoting this. I think this council has opened a Pandora's box here that didn't want to be opened at some point. And there was a fellow stood up earlier and he said that this is an election issue with councillors. I think that it's more than an election issue. There's a possibility of a recall issue in about 2 months if there isn't a change in councillors thinking as to the same as what their constituents are. People come here today because they had a concern. And as I stated earlier, I'm opposed to this. How many people behind me are opposed to this? Please stand up if you want. If that doesn't send a message to you as a councillor, I don't know what's going to get your attention. I know there's some people sitting up there with good intentions and some are sitting there for a paycheck. And if it's a paycheck you want to keep, it could be gone very soon if we don't get this straightened out. I keep hearing people talk about acreages in, acreages out, 1, 2, 3, whatever. I think this is a lot more, this whole deal, than what the acreage part of it is right now. And I think the people behind me have to go home tonight and the people in front of me and sit down and read what we have in these paperwork. And what kind of blows me away is it took a little girl from Grand Prairie to wake up a few weeks ago and changed what happened with the municipal bylaws in Thorhill. And if these people in front of me don't know as much about the WEF and the UN as what the people sitting behind me do, you have a problem. Thank you very much.
All right, were there any other people from that group of three that are available to speak? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Nathan is not here. My name is Brent Hudkins. I moved here 10 years ago. That Diamond Willow Estates has been empty since I've been, here. The first house that was built there was about 3 years ago. Now there's 4 more houses in different stages of construction. If we needed acreages, everything would have been sold by now. Now, one of the things that I have issues with is the poorly written document. It's very vague, ambiguous words. The other thing is major developments, acreage developments, we can't do that at the expense of farmland. The best stewards of the land are these farmers and ranchers. Many of the people that have left, I'm assuming, are farmers. There would have been many more stood up if they would have stayed here. But by design, I think this meeting, people in favor being the first to speak, that was by design.
Well, I would, since you brought that forward, I would mention that has been our standard meeting procedures bylaw. It's been in place for many, many years. Nothing out of the ordinary. That's exactly how we hold all our public hearings, is that way. So we didn't go out of order to create a different format just specifically for this. So I just would address that as a matter of procedure right now.
Yeah, okay. And so far as one of the things that I haven't heard, other than one gentleman referring to maybe tourism being the attraction to come here, I haven't heard anything in this document about how you're going to attract the people that are going to buy these acreages that you feel you want to increase your tax base. And here's another thing. Over the last 20-some years, our faith in government has gone down to the point where I don't trust government whatsoever, all levels of government. The bureaucrats that dream up these bylaws, restrictions, regulations, oh, and then let's not forget those fees. They keep on adding more fees, which is just, for all intents and purposes, is another tax. Our taxes continue to go up, more bylaws. We never see less government. We never see less regulation. We never see less taxes. This is a problem. People are already hurting. And when you start listening to the people, have that plebiscite. Get people to vote on this. Because these public hearings, yeah, they're nice, but we need the hard numbers to know who is actually for this, who is actually against it. I would like to know how many of you are for this, how many of you are against this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would look again to staff for the next three presenters, please.
Okay. I have a Scott Henne here that was a maybe going to speak, Bob Nicolai, and Stan Marshall.
So again, welcome this afternoon. You can take your place at the podium and please introduce yourself.
Hello,
please.
my name's Stanley. I do not agree with this development plan, and I didn't really have much of a prepared speech, so I'm going to fumble my way through it. The right to farm, I think, is an important part of what we should consider going forward. Let's see, our education system is broken, so we need to educate everybody, not just the kids we send to school. So full transparency in what the information you're given versus what we get out in the public. I know that's tough to do. Not everybody is tapped into the internet and other information avenues that you use to communicate with the newspaper. It's all a personal thing, whether we bother to read the paper or not. So that is a tough job. I do not envy you one little bit, but I just want you to know that I'm not in favor of this municipal development plan the way it is proposed to us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. And the next gentleman, please, if you would.
Bob Nikolai. Yeah, you talked about, I haven't got it on my list here, but about Holland, how they're fighting for their rights over there for their land. It's all over the world that cut supplies of food. That's where this is all, that's the whole thing in Holland. I'm not going to talk about that here now, but the big picture is control people with food. That's where it really boils down to. The other thing is what I got down here, what the draft, this draft will do for our place. We happen to be that we have barnyards that are right alongside of a fence line. There is on that next quarter, our neighbors, they didn't show any intention that they were going to subdivide or anything, but of course this process will make that available. They have already one parcel out a half a mile away, so we're clear. But when this goes through, there's only one other place on that quarter where you could have a subdivision. That would be right beside our barnyard. So you can see the devastation of that. So the other thing I thought about, well, if that happens, I'll buy, maybe we can buy that acreage and then at least we're free from having the neighbors 200-300 feet away. But then I found up how much taxes that going to cost me. I used to have the acreage laying there, which comes to $100 a month, $1,200 a year. Well, I can't afford to buy that acreage. So that's our dilemma in that department. To make it, that's actually a quorum member. And I'm not a public speaker neither, but I don't really care, but I'm going to get my message across. We have 2.5 miles dead-end roads. On 2.5 miles, the way it is right now, with one subdivision out, 17 households on 2.5 miles. We have 1/4 mile east, another subdivision, I'm not counting that, 1/4 mile west, 2 more subdivisions, I'm not counting that. So, that makes it pretty tough to, so far it's been working. But on the lucky thing about this is 4 dogs on 17 households. This is quite a coincidence, you know, like, and of them 4 dogs, we own 3, and they're always put inside during the night so they don't bark. But I could show you a few things, what can happen. We have talked about only about land use, But all Acres people are not that nice to live with. We have no problem with the 17 so far, but we did have one neighbor that took the banks 3 years and a marshal to get her off, okay? And we had not slept with the windows open in the summertime because the dogs are barking all night. So then you go and ask, can you, maybe lock, 1 minute? Jiminy Christmas, I didn't talk that long. But anyway, you get the picture, a person like that. The other thing I was going to ask, how do you people vote? Do you vote with a closed vote or with your hands? I would like to see, when you do vote on council, that you vote with a closed ballot. You know what I mean? 30 seconds, okay. Anyway, I could talk about what comes with acreages, spreading manure. Certain days of the week, that doesn't work for us. Sometimes we get 2 weeks of rain and we only got a small opening to do that. And all that kind of stuff comes with more acreages. We've talked about land, but more acreages, that creates a problem for farming. And we've been there since we started farming 1968, and we got stopped. We got three generations. We got 3 generations farming on the same land right now. So.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you sharing with us. And I'm not seeing anybody else queued up, so I'll go to staff again for the next potential participants. Or we have somebody coming forward to the mic right now. So, I know we do have a list, but if you'd like to come forward, and then we'll go to the list then, please.
Thank you. My name is Lonnie, and I like what Ty brought up there for one thing, and I believe this goes a lot deeper than subdivision of acreages right now. And I have read through this. There's a lot of words that raise some questions for me, and I dug into it a little bit deeper, and I found something too, and it's called the Municipal Government Act and also the Land Stewardship Act. And what I see, they play a very big role in what's going to happen here, and I believe that they may even have authority over there. And certain words in there that really stuck out to me too, especially were words like, especially attached to the Chief Administrative Officer, and they're words like powers, duties, and functions. And what really concerns me there is the limited amount of transparency on those words themselves, especially powers. That one really disturbs me. Now to go on a little further, and most of what I'm going to say, I wasn't even going to speak today, but been what's happening here today, I felt the need to. And something else that stuck out is a 20 to 30 year plan. Now, I think there's been a lot of struggle with having even a 5-year plan. Now, a 20-year, 30-year plan, that steers me to one thing, and it makes me look at the push to green energy and the manufactured destabilization of our agriculture industry that's been happening over, let's say, for the last couple of decades. And that's it, especially in our hog industry, our chickens. Look at the cost of fuel today. Look at the cost of fertilizer. This is all manufactured, and is it destabilization of our agriculture industry? I believe it truly is. Now, something else that comes to mind right now, and it's to do with corporations. Now, our counties, our provinces, our country are corporations. Now, Ty also brought up the WEF and UNDRIP and those types of things that are happening in the world. And believe me, if anybody isn't open and aware of that, they need to open their eyes, because they do truly affect what's going on right here in our own communities in a big, big way. Now, because of what's, I'm going to call them, I don't know what to call them, let's say the world banks and the people with all this money that live in this illusion of control that they've been living for a long time, and they come up with a thing called ESG scores. Now, what that is, environmental, societal, and governance scores. And the funding that they are providing to corporations is all based on these ESG scores and how these corporations do what they're told to do based on their ESG scores. Now, that is a serious concern to me, and I can't vouch for what a county or this province is, but if things like that are on board and anyone is aware of those things, well, it definitely needs to be discussed. And there's been a little bit of talk about empty acreages and sitting empty for a long time, and I thought of another one that's actually an extremely large building down Highway 22, and that is Element Cannabis, and it's an extraction and growing facility, and it's been sitting there empty for a few years now, basically bankrupt. I'm sure there's no taxes coming in on that. I mean, who's on the hook for those kind of things when those kind of things happen? They built it in a swamp. I don't understand that either, but there's just so much gray area in this, and I oppose it strongly. And another thing that I wanted to bring up, because maybe a lot of people don't know about it, but if you're not aware of where Jason Kenney is right now, and this should be an extreme concern right now too, as far as I'm concerned, he's in a position of senior advisor in one of the largest law firms in this country at the office in Calgary, and that is Bennett and Jones, and he is in charge of public policies. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. So I'm actually, Jerry, if you wanted to, you're going to be short. We're going to go for a break right after you then, okay? So if you'd like to come forward and...
Thank you. My name is Jerry Bradshaw. I have one question. And just so that on behalf of us all that are here and that we're here, I'd like to know, or we'd like to know, other than our local tax money, is there other monies that have come in to help fund today? Complete disclosure as to where the finances came from for today. That'd be appreciated. Thanks.
Okay. And before we go to the break, I think staff can probably pretty much answer where the budget comes for our public engagement and our governance issues, and this definitely falls within that if I'm not overstepping my understanding.
No problem, Reeve. So today is fully funded by Clearwater County. So saying that, forgive me a percentage or two, but I believe it's basically 90% oil, 7% acreage owners, 3% agriculture. So it's tax levy. It's fully funded by Clearwater County.
Okay, I hope that answered your question. With that, we will go to a 10-minute break, and we'll be back here at 2:11. So I'll go to staff again. Sorry for the pause there, but I'll go to staff again, and maybe we can introduce the next few speakers, please.
You bet. I have Deborah Martins, Larry Butler, and Trevor Seitz.
Well, good afternoon and welcome, and the podium is yours. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Deb Martins. I'm a third-generation farmer and a little goofy because I've been up since 5:30 with the cows this morning, so you'll have to apologize. Anyways, when I went through the MD Planning Commission, I noticed that, like everyone else, the urbanizing. And to me, urbanizing, when I looked it up, is to change everything into a city. And I'm like, oh my God, are we looking at the Planning Commission for the town, or are we looking for the Planning Commission for our MD county? So that kind of took me off, so I started reading it, and I went through a lot of things. But a lot of it's been brought up already, so I'm not going to go through it again. One of the things that Ken and Marianne did bring up, and it concerns a Parkland Planning Commission, so that's why I'm bringing this up. That was good land that the Diamond Willows had assessed and was put up, and a bunch of us did fight that subdivision. That land still hasn't had any homes put on it, and I can laugh when I go by and I see these bales of hay still on it. And I'm going, geez, I could have bought that hay because I am a farmer. And like you say, there's still no development 11 years later. So does that irk me off? Yeah, it does, because we fought to have that land stayed as agriculture, which it did not. So this does concern me. Another thing is what purpose does this serve? For our land going and all divided? Yes, I've got people around me with subdivisions. In subdivisions, they are great. I have people around me that are rural. They're wonderful. And you want more people? More people in Rocky. Why? Are you going to find them jobs? The people who are around here can't find jobs now. So what are they going to do? Sit in these homes doing nothing? The people that do come here are usually retired, and they got a lot more money than most of us do. So then these places that you have that are going to be subdivided are going to be pretty expensive. So the average Joe, these families that come in are families. These families aren't going to afford these homes at the costs that are already coming in. They're pretty expensive. And one of the things that I did notice in this development plan, that if you start a new development and it's close to a hamlet or town, you can't put a feed processing thing on it. So a farmer won't be able to buy this land because he won't be able to feed anything on that land. So it won't be a farmer that'll buy this land, and that kind of ticked me off too, because I don't have no extra pasture, and I can't buy no extra land, obviously, close to one of these hamlets. So I carried on in this, and I was reading on. So one thing I did notice, I was born and raised here. When I was done farming with my parents, I went off like everyone else. I got educated, and I came back, and I was overeducated. So I had to carry on because I couldn't find a job in my field, and I had to farm. So that's what I'm still doing. But one thing I have done, and I got to get on this quick because my time's going fast, is recently I went to the Olds College, and there's an agriculture program there. And there's numerous jobs for young people, not just out in the farms and not just with the cattle. And it offers something for our young people that could do a number of things in our environment for the MD. And this is something that I think you counselors should look into. It's a very wonderful program that I took some young people to. And with that, I will conclude what I have to say. And yes, there's feed shortages and pasture shortages, and I'm a full example of one of them. So thank you, God, for my time with you, and thank you for taking this day to spend with us.
Thank you very much. And welcome, and please introduce. You can move it up to wherever it fits for you there.
Scares me more and more. He's scared. Name's Larry Butler, and I'm an acreage owner.
moved out here 20 years ago to retire, and we picked this area because of the space, the water, the rivers, the lakes. We live on Struble Lake. In the forest out there when we first moved there. We just loved it. Now there's some more acreages there, which made it a little more difficult to enjoy it the way we really set out to initially. But yeah, we're one of those people that came out here to retire. I looked over this proposal a bit, and I would have looked over it more, except yesterday I'm shoveling snow all day because my skid steer is broken down. So, but anyway, I'm opposed to the changes to the municipal development plan concerning number of parcels out of a quarter section. I do not support more than one existing parcel out. I think the 2010 municipal development plan served us all well. And I think at that time there were a lot of public input and a lot of meetings. This one here, you were unable to, possibly because of COVID thing, to get as much input as maybe you should have. Administration pointed out in a What We Heard report that they went to great lengths to involve the public to receive the input. And then it's clearly evident through the open houses, questionnaires, and surveys that administration carried out. The vast majority of constituents do not support the proposed changes. And again, it's been mentioned before, 78% supported only one parcel out. 68% did not want more than 2 parcels out. Administration then, as far as I'm concerned, totally disregarded the majority and proposed 3, maybe 4 parcels out. Why? I don't understand it. When I first came in here, I think Neil Radcliffe mentioned welcome to democracy. Well, I'd like to see that happening. And the project overview said it was a blueprint for the future. It provides a long-term vision of the type of county the county residents and the stakeholders desire. And again, 78% have already told you what we want. The steering committee, I don't know how this all politics works. Steering committee, I believe, is made up of council members, so maybe they have some of their own agenda in mind as to why they want these proposals. Maybe there's some monetary gain for them, I don't know. But again, I think the constituents have spoken as to what they really want. It says here, recommendations in your What We Heard report, it said subdivision policy should clearly allow 2 additional titles out of a parent parcel, resulting in a total of 3. And it said clearly allow, and that's from recommendations from, I don't see where you get clearly. Like, where did the clearly allow that come from? From what all the meetings you've had and things, it's overwhelmingly not in support of that. You need to attract jobs before you can start opening up more acreages. And again, if you picture 10 people, basically you got 8 over here that are opposing, you got 2 over here that are for it. So to me, it's quite obvious those 8 should be carrying the weight. And as far as some of the people, and I know it's scary, I'm sitting here now shaking like crazy watching a minute and a half. If you want to be heard, you have to stand up to be heard, is what I've been told, is that if you have 100 people, only 10 say something, that the county council members are going to say, oh, well, those other 90 didn't want the change. So, yeah, I think that's, if I had 5 more, I'd probably rattle on for 5, which surprises me. But anyway, and somebody else also mentioned recall and democracy. Like, again, recall is part of that. And I think it's something people should keep in mind here, that there is a recall purpose. And anyway, I have 1 minute, and I think other people are running the same problem, but they were better at this than I am. The typical problems as far as those acreages are all the same that I've heard before: the traffic, the dust, school buses, emergency services, the barking dogs, the conflict with neighbors. You know, and I've seen that already in the little area we're in, is sometimes you run into that conflict. And anyway, so the gentleman from Ponoka pointed out, who do you represent? And so let's keep that in mind when you're voting. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess, again, I look to staff if they can introduce anybody that's indicated that they would like to speak.
There is a maybe a P. Sheridan, it's difficult to read, James Taylor, and Christina Murray.
Sure, we'll give a time for you, Arlen, somewhere, before the day is done. We're going to hear from everybody that wants to speak, but right now we have 3 people making their way forward, so we'll get to you. I thank you for your patience.
So I don't have a speech made up or anything like that, but really quickly, I just want to say that I am opposed to the changes that are in here. A lot of people are talking about the subdividing, and that is a big issue, but I think the bigger issue is the bigger picture that people need to look at. The MGA, you know, the Alberta Land Stewardship Act, the forthcoming North Saskatchewan Regional Plan. Like, we need to start looking at how all these are integrated together and how they need to start working together to get what the people want, not what the administration wants, but what the people that are paying your wages want, because that's the most important thing.
Oh, sorry, before you leave, I didn't catch your name.
Sorry, Christina Murray.
Thank you for that. And the next speakers, please. Welcome, good afternoon, and we'll let you introduce yourself, and the microphone's yours, please.
Hello, my name is Nathan Taylor.
And my name is Wyatt Taylor.
And we are the 5th generation of Taylors to farm in the Leslieville area. We are both strongly against the changes to the new MDP. We feel that with the changes, it'll be the end to our family farm and potentially all family farms, as it is going to make it even more difficult and expensive to continue farming. If you make these changes now, we will be the ones to deal with the consequences from it.
Please leave our agricultural land alone and let us continue to care for the land as our father and forefathers have. No to the new MDP.
Go ahead, James.
So hopefully that was powerful enough. These boys were, they're pretty concerned. This is their future. I want to start out with thanking Councillor Graham, Councillor Northcott, and Councillor Cermak for their December 20th council meeting. They're the ones that said they're listening to the people they represent. That means a lot. You guys are going to do well. Good for you guys. Other problem I got is, you guys keep talking about wanting to build growth for this community and stuff. And here you've reached out to a consultant from Calgary. I don't know how much that's costing us taxpayers, and I think this is the 3rd consultant we're working on this little project with, if I'm not mistaken. It's sad that it's gone this far. I'm just gonna keep it short and sweet. You guys all know where I stand. I think you're sick of hearing me, so that's all I gotta say.
Thank you. And were there other people that had indicated?
Yeah, no, it was the P. Sheridan, but if not, there's other people that said they may speak. Bonnie Perlow and Jamie McDonnell and Karen Kunkel.
Well, good afternoon and welcome. The podium is there, and we'll let you share what you have to share, please.
Hello, I'm Bonnie Perot. I have had the pleasure of growing up in this county my entire life, both on a farm and having the pleasure, being blessed, to be able to use the backcountry, travel deep out in there where others have never been. I, of course, want to keep it that way. However, I recognize that I can't be greedy and everybody has a right to enjoy the same things I have had. The problem I see is, first of all, the language. I think most everything I have thought about has already been talked about, so I don't have a whole lot to say that hasn't been already reiterated. We have a unique place. I don't believe that we should have to go to Calgary, to anybody else, for counselors, or to consult. That's the word I'm in. What we here all feel about our own place. The value that we have now and how we feel about it now is what is indicative of our values. We can't look 20, 30 years down the road to what values might be. The landowners I think right now are telling you where our values are. Keeping agricultural land, and our unique situation. So I think most everything's been commented on. I'd like to thank all the people of the rural community who has come out and spoken and taken time away from their days, their jobs. They've made me very proud to be a part of this county. And I thank you all you guys that have given us all the opportunity to speak up. I know you must be feeling like you're in front of a firing crew. Sorry. But I think it's important to listen here. And like we said, the document's not clear. I'm not a lawyer. I struggled to read through it and understand exactly what it is that's being said. One thing I do hit on, and I want to hit on again, is the values of this committee, or the values of this county, the people who live here. It's the people who live here now that need to be recognized, not the ones we're looking at bringing in 20 to 30 years from now.
Thank you. And the podium's yours. Please state your name and share what you have to share.
Yeah,
please.
I'm Jamie McDonald. I'm a farmer in Division 4, and I am opposed. Those who spoke in favor of this MDP, I think, are not seeing the big picture. You are all focused on one thing that will benefit your personal financial gain in a fraudulent system. You argue for more people to pay taxes to sustain our communities, and this is simply not true. Taxation is theft. And taxpayers are viewed as an infinite resource to fund an agenda that does not serve us. Where do our tax dollars actually go? How much of our tax dollars actually stay here at home? And those who tax us are never held accountable for their disgusting use of our money. This MDP is the perfect example of this, using our tax dollars to hire someone from outside of our community to provide pre-written documents written in a way that allows for government manipulation of interpretation on the use of our land. The people have already rejected the external input from those who have no input in our community, and yet we are all still here trying to protect our community. This plan is not the long-term vision of our community members. This is the long-term plan of globalists determined to control the outcome of our future, and we reject it. I also just want to make a statement at the beginning of this meeting today. You had said that we are not replacing the 2010 MDP, only amending it. But then you immediately followed saying that we would be replacing it. You need to be clear and true with your intentions because the people are tired of being lied to.
Thank you for your comments. We will look to the next speaker, please. Good afternoon and welcome. The podium is yours, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Kunkel. I'm a taxpayer in Clearwater County. I'm here today because I oppose very strongly of all of the issues that you guys are putting on the table for us. And it's like so many other people said, if you look at the little map with the little yellow, it's a pretty little spot. And that's all we have left, folks. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that took us through what you had introduced. Is there additional names on the list, or do we open it up for a couple more? Okay,
Yeah.
that sounds great.
There's, again, some people that said they might speak. Teresa Arns, Deborah Anhow, and Gordon Watson.
I see somebody making her, we have somebody coming forward, but I hear you, Arlen. Good afternoon and welcome. Please introduce yourself and
Good
the
afternoon.
podium's
My
yours.
name is Deborah Ann Howe. I live in Division 4. I've been a resident of Clearwater County for over 60 years. I am opposed to the new MDP. I raced out of the house this morning wanting to get on the road early, so I don't have the draft or my notes. But basically, everybody has spoken to the many, many concerns. When I started reading the draft, I then had to start looking at 221 pages of land use bylaws among various other county bylaws. I had to go look at the Land Stewardship Act as well as provincial legislation. I have not read everything thoroughly, but we are not paid such as you are to be doing the job that you're doing. So I'll be very clear. There is an agenda. It has been spoken about already. And when I read now, the council strategic plan was aided by a company called 13 Ways Inc. out of Cochrane or Airdrie, I do believe. So I started looking into them. And if anybody is interested to go and read the blogs on 13 Way Inc., it becomes very clear that they do have an agenda moving for basically UN agenda, WEF agenda. It's very clear if you're aware of what that is. Basically, anything else has been spoken to. Thank you for your time and for this meeting.
Thank you. Was there anybody else queued up? I'd look to staff.
Sorry, there were a couple more names on some lists of people that came in a bit later. Stuart Mahan and Ross Watson and Ray Jarvis, I believe it says.
Okay, I'd welcome you to come to the podium and please identify yourself and we'll hear what you have to say, please.
My name's Stuart Mahan. I farm in the Stauffer area. I do not agree with the new Clearwater County current proposed development plan. There's 400 people that couldn't be here today that wanted their wishes known. So we have a petition to defeat Clearwater County's current proposed municipal district plan draft bylaw number 1132-22.
Thank you for that. All right, and the next speaker, please.
My name is Ross Watson. Greetings, council. I don't apologize to you, but I do apologize to everyone here that it's men and women like me that have been too busy doing X, Y, Z to address these issues and let them get down this nasty road. I farmed. My granddad came to Alberta before, well, it was still in the Northwest Territories. And we have a couple thousand acres and about 700 head of bison that we farm and produce some fairly good food. In making decisions, I'm sure all of you know what a fasting is, and I suggest that you fast before you make any decisions. It sure helps clarify your future. Residential growth and development versus, I just got a bunch of notes here, so please bear with me. Residential growth and development, change is consistent. The only thing that is consistent is change itself. But to try and do it in a positive, gaining manner. And as far as engineers are concerned, I know that's your route, that you go hire some outfit or engineering firm from Timbuktu. They're kind of like me addressing doctors and lawyers. They're on a case-by-case judgment. It's not that they got their badge or certificate that matters. I also want to make a note that council spend wisely, as not all wants are needs. Government control and overreach versus food production. All of my life I've heard parts of the world, they're starving, and here you are coming up against and pushing agriculture back with this proposed change, which I am opposed to. Sorry for being so late in addressing that. We have friends that are right on the north side of Edmonton, spraying dust control versus urban sprawl sprinkled out. I would think common sense might be to look at the small towns and acreages or small towns and villages, I should say, and enhance them in terms of drawing attention and development there. Now, you think that stupidity, I only got 2 minutes left. Stupidity can get even worse, but it sure as hell can. In twinning, the discussions of twinning Highway 11, there was discussions of moving the Hespro Cemetery. Let that sink in for a minute. I know you get policies that come down from the government above you and that you're forced to do something. You got to address these things. Food has been taken for granted for 50 years, and Mother Nature bats last. And we have seen that in North America these last couple of summers, where if you don't have water, it doesn't matter what kind of soil you have. We're very blessed here. Don't lose it. We are blessed, the moisture that we have, the soil that we have, and as drawn out on that map, kind of a restricted small area. I am opposed to government overreach. Bill 19, 24, 36, and Bill 50, where just government takes. I don't know, some of it I think is just government job preservation versus common sense. And it so pisses me off. But again, I apologize to the people here because it's men and women like me who have allowed this to get to such an overreach against the food producing and private sector companies, men and women. In closing, incentives. Any civilization to continue and prosper needs to have the word incentives as part of their vocabulary, not leftist government handouts and overreach. And what's going on in the Netherlands, if you guys are watching CBC or CTV, you need to upgrade to catch on to what the World Economic Forum is doing there. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, was there somebody else that had come forward?
I only know one Arlen, and
Poor
it's
Arlen's just been, you're going to have to get out of his way soon.
I'm going to get out of his way real quick here. I'm Ray Gervais, just live north of Rocky here. As in, I'm seeing a lot of restriction here and control over the land use bylaws. I don't agree with that because we got to get to the facts, present the facts in clear writing so we can all understand it, and control the limit. Like, you can't limit the guy from having 50 chickens, 30 chickens, 20 chickens. I think what's happening is, why are we going to have control? Is it higher up that is controlling us? That because if I can sell a dozen eggs to my farmer friend, then that puts the other producer, like Sobeys, out of that dozen eggs. So I think there's a control device going on there. I don't understand it, but as for developing acreages, I think it should look at the lay of the land rather than agricultural land, because some land is unagricultural, but if it can be used for a subdivision within limits, why not? But as to completely take a quarter section, throw it into a subdivision, rip and tear it apart to build a subdivision versus agricultural lands, I'm not in agree with that. But if you look at the control, the lay of the land, if you cannot farm it, produce it, grow a garden on it, so whatever, we should look at that situation. So I think it's on a one-one basis rather than an overall group. So, but that's my point, and Arlen, I'll give him my minutes. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And I would look to staff if there is anybody that had indicated before. We'll give those folks first chance, then we'll open it up. So with that, I would invite any member of the public, such as Arlen, that wants to speak in opposition to come forward. So Arlen, if you want to come up first, and then anybody. So I would give you the podium, but I have you introduce yourself to the people gathered here.
I have no idea. The grandkids call me Grandpa. The kids call me Grandpa. Grandma calls me Grandpa. And there's no other name for Grandpa. Because when he's not there, then Grandma takes his place. How am I doing so far? Good. I happen to be Arlen Holland. Our family has been in the neighborhood for just about 120 years. We're on the 6th generation. We've been farmers. Most of us in our family have been farmers all our life. I've been farming for over 60 years on our own, the wife and me and the kids. A lot of the important things on here, I never read that thing, never even knew it existed until we hear the speakers out here talking to different things. And all the different points that were important that I was thinking about, they all said behind me. And the one thing that we thought before we left home this morning, that we were going to come down here and maybe we'd get some answers. And the first thing we heard when the meeting was brought to order was you saying, we're not going to answer any questions. And I thought, here we are, 400, 500, 600 people sitting here, standing, letting you know what we all feel about this. The whole thing should be completely scrapped. The output that's sitting over there, completely fired. And you guys each think about each one of your jobs sitting there, how close you are to recall. Because when this is sitting here, when we're talking to you, we're talking just like they said about breaking them down. And now you turn around and you got your first, we had 1 quarter, we pulled the subdivision, our kids ended up on it, we ended up selling it. The lady that bought that quarter now, she can make a subdivision. She owns a quarter, she can make a sub, she's not us anymore. She's a separate identity. As the one fellow said there, he says, how far can I go? Nobody wanted to answer it. And with what you got set up and the way it's coming, you want to throw it that any quarter, not only 1 quarter sitting here and 1 over there, the quarter next to it can have not only 1, 2, or 3, or 4, it can have a subdivision set on it. The next door neighbor a mile or 2 miles away can plunk one in there for 50 and go right across this here whole county. And there isn't one person in here. And I'm sure each one of you are thinking to yourself, where do we stand on this? And I would like to, we all spoke our point. And I'll tell you, it would be a nice thing if we have each one of you stand up and say, what do you think of this thing that you want us to swallow? Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll invite the next speaker to come forward, please.
Hi, thank you. My name is Isla Anderson. I'd like to say good afternoon and thank you to council and for the people here for the opportunity to address this meeting and this gathering. I am opposed to the current iteration of the proposed new MDP. My concerns are around the direction of our community and around the soft language content of the document. Regarding the statement about transitioning to an urban-rural community, I would like to know by whose authority or whose direction that this new direction was set or decided. Was this a decision for the county's direction which was made by administration, by council? I would really like to know the origins of this direction. Regarding the soft or malleable language of the MDP, similar ambiguous language in the current MDP has already proven to be problematic. I am very concerned about how much that will be exacerbated in the proposed new MDP by expanding the breadth of these type of clauses that are subject to interpretation. I can tell you from personal experience how this soft language can and has been manipulated to suit the needs of developers at the expense of current residents. In recent years, we have had 2 large developments in our area. One development we launched a formal objection to, and the second development we did not. We did not object to the second development based on the fact that although we were still not happy to have that development there, we did feel that we were happy overall with the conditions that the MPC placed on the development. We felt that the MPC did a good job with placing conditions that would be effective at minimizing the negative impacts to surrounding landowners. And based on those conditions, we did not launch any formal objections to the development. And we allowed the window of opportunity for raising objections through the county's processes as they are set out to pass. After that development was approved, subject to the conditions we were told would be placed on the development permit, there were problems that arose where many, if not most, of the current permit conditions were not being met. It was at this time that we were informed by the county staff that they were not obligated to enforce the conditions of the permit, and that enforcement was essentially at their discretion. So we forfeited our opportunity to object using the processes of the county, only to later be sidelined by the discretionary nature of the soft wording of the current MDP. My view is that any new iteration of the MDP needs to tighten up the accountabilities of council and administration to residents and taxpayers, and I do not feel that the proposed new MDP is effective in doing that. And those are my comments. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address everyone.
Thank you for sharing with us today.
Well,
I
Art
see you again.
Terpsmith, thank you for this opportunity to address you government officials. And I do have full confidence in you that you'll make the right decisions. I guess I'm here saying I am opposed to more subdivisions on good farmland. And there obviously has been applications or need for subdivisions on farmland. And I just want to say a few constructive comments here. A lot of that farmland is not owned by farmers. I'll bet you half of the farmland in this county is not owned by farmers. And I know that from my own experience by renting land. The landowner does not always have the best in the future for that farmland. Now, there are going to be some families that have been on that land for 40, 50 years. They have a son or a daughter that do want to stay there. And so for them to build a house, yeah, they need to borrow money, so they need a separate title and so on. it's kind of like Ray said, that we can't have one blanket policy for every quarter section in this county. There may be an instance there where that family has made their living off that land for years. They want a son or daughter to stay there. There might be, there might be grounds to allow that subdivision, whatever. So I just wanted to make those few comments, just as constructive comments. And yeah, we're only on this land for a little while, and so the decisions we make now, yeah, they're going to affect our land use for a long time. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll allow one more speaker, and then we're going to take a break after this speaker, please. So if you would introduce yourself.
My name is Pam Koenig, and I'm from Division 7. I had no intention of speaking today. But first off, I want to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry as a citizen that I have not stood up every day and demanded accountability from our councillors and from our town councils, from our county councils, from our MLAs and our MPs. We have not demanded accountability, and that's on me and that's on you. I am opposed to this, but I am more opposed to this just on the basis of the fact that there is no accountability. I'm going to give you a suggestion. Take this back, rewrite it in bullet point form so that each and every one of us here can understand exactly what you're saying you want to do. Because the garbage language that is in this is irresponsible. It is irrelevant to us. It makes us irrelevant, and that's wrong. You guys work for us. You have forgotten the word service. You work for us. We pay your paycheck. Don't ever forget that.
Thank you for that. And with that, we will take a 10-minute break. We will be back here at 3:10, please.
smell it?
What?
The gasoline, like legitimately,
There's kind of
like a
something.
gasoline smell. Oh, the mic is hot. We're talking hot mic. Is that?
Are we being gassed?
Maybe.
No. So anyway, thank you for joining us again after our break. We're continuing on through our public hearing today, following the outline of the process I outlined earlier on. And with that in mind, I would ask or invite anybody that is wishing to speak in opposition to the application that hasn't already been up at the microphone, if they would like to come forward, and can recognize you and you can have your chance at the microphone. Go ahead, please, sir, and please identify yourself.
I'm Miles Shank. When I was up for it, and I'm also up to propose different parts of it. So I guess to get a crowd like this to come in and see, it's kind of confusing because there's so many people that the thing is so big, it's not broken apart to say what part is this, and that's why a lot of people are here today, because they're confused of what it is. So I have one thing about the Clearwater, the geothermal and wells and stuff that have been done in our area. You know, we talk about preserving and putting things into place. Well, I put geothermal in my place, and I followed laws from Holland because we had no laws here. So when I did my geothermal wells, I drilled the holes down and grouted them back so they can't contaminate the other water aquifers when you drill through them. And by letting, you talk about energy stuff here, in this program of the geothermal wells, of the heating the houses and stuff, you know, what's the MD is allowing is they're allowing the people that are doing that to wreck the water aquifers underneath, because when you change the degrees of the water in the aquifers, it actually contaminates it and creates bacteria when you go from one to another. So I think you guys, to preserve our water here in our area, because that's why a lot of people move here, is because of our water. So I think that should be one thing dressed totally separate. You know, I studied it from all over. I've traveled around the world. You know, and planning is very important. You know, my wife and I went through China here 7 years ago, and you know, you run through the country, through the bullet train, and you see this city. And you ask them, what is this? And they said, it's a city we built for our future generations. And, you know, they're ahead. And this, having meetings and having plans, you know, people don't realize you got to plan for the future. So yeah, we got to get some acreages out and do things, so you do have to plan. You know, preserve the family farm. Well, can we actually financially afford to preserve the family farm? Our new generation's coming up because of, I guess, Trudeau and the laws on the inheritance taxes. Can the new generation afford to pay the inheritance taxes to continue family farming? No, they cannot. So where's the family farm going? I don't see it going anywhere. And for my kids to come and have an acreage off, so with this inheritance tax, the kids have to have their name on the place, but the parents are worried about a divorce because they could lose it. And so an acreage off of it with their name on it, you know, how do you go forward, or how do you plan forward of having our future family farms going? You know, that's what we should be addressing rather than addressing the small things, what is going on. You know, people are complaining about, you know, preserve the family farm or the farmland. But can we actually afford to stay on it? And the answer is no, because of politics and taxes and everything else. So for me to have I'm the second generation. My dad's been here since 1956. He's 93 and still farming. And, you know, it's things you have to think about to preserve the farmland, but you got to preserve the family farm. And they have to have something where they can actually legally be there and actually afford it, because our new generation, when I grew up, a house was 50 grand. A house now is 500,000, you know? So there's a lot of things to look at to build this plan going forward. So that's my thoughts on it, and look after our water and look after our land, I guess.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And I'd invite anybody else that's wishing to speak in opposition to step forward, please. Good afternoon and welcome, and please state your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Jeff. I think with the ambiguity of lots of the language in this document has got people pretty skeptical in this crowd, so when this thing gets thrown out and or rewritten, I think you might want to go a little bit more out of your way to make people less skeptical, as in include a glossary at the end that actually defines a lot of these strange, ambiguous terms that you've used. And a lot of people here sense the elephant in the room is whether or not this is part of the agenda of the World Economic Forum. So maybe make the last chapter of the MDP how this goes for or against the World Economic Forum, and just be upfront about it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll invite the next speaker to come forward, please. That's you. Welcome, and please just state your
Nikolai
name.
again.
Okay.
Feel better this time?
Okay.
Miles was talking about we have three generations on our farm, and we just keep on going. Actually, all living on the farm, so that's 3 generations from our farm. So that what he's saying that is not possible, that's wrong, because we're doing it. So that's one thing. And this China, this building the city in China, I've heard there's a different version of that. It's more like they can house 250,000 people, but how do you know where it's for? China. Is it for jail or is it for people to live? That's another thing. And what I forgot the last time is I asked council for to stay a quarter mile away from any working barnyard with a subdivision. And your reply was, well, that should be in the bylaws, but it's not. So I think that would be only fair not to put a house right beside a working barnyard, to keep it a quarter of a mile away. So that's a few things I have to say. And the other thing is, council, they say you guys are going to having a hard time. If you can't stand blood, you don't go work in a hospital, okay? So this comes with the job, okay? And so that's all I have to say.
No, I appreciate your comments. So again, I would extend that invitation for people wishing to speak in opposition to the application, and I would encourage people, firstly, that haven't spoken yet, to do so. Go ahead, please. And
I'm short. My name is Leah Schultz. I'm in Division 7. I just wanted to mention there's a lot of talk about subdivision and more population here. And not even a year ago, we emailed our councillor, Michelle Swanson, in regards to the very ongoing poor road conditions of the Gimlet Road, the 4.3 or 4-3. We were told that there was no money in the budget for the next 10 years for road improvements on that road. So I'm wondering how we create subdivisions and bring in more population if there's not even money to improve the roads that are already there. That's one part of it. We have our own locals and our own children dread traveling on that road, and we have a lot of youth in our community there as well who use it to get to and from work, to their kids' sports and events and family functions, who also dread using that road. Acreage owners come and go, but we'd like for our generations, our kids and grandkids to remain there. And I don't think decent roads should be thought about later on just for the newcomers. It doesn't feel like our councillor's been listening to us. I ask all of you as councillors, actually, why did the constituents have to hold these town hall meetings, like last minute, bring people together and rally up for this? You know, now more than ever, with our deceit in our federal level, we need you guys on our side. We need you there for us. We need you standing for us. So I also was very curious if we are going to know when we come in, we checked opposed or approved to this. Is there a count on that?
I don't know if everybody actually checked one way or the other. I mean, that would be a question for staff.
Not today. Typically what happens is when again, at the direction of council, when we come back for second reading, we give a summary of what
took place.
What we had. So that should be, at the direction of council, part of the second reading report that we come forward at a future date.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I invite anybody wishing to speak in opposition to approach the podium, and we'll give you a few moments to speak your mind. Please identify yourself.
I am Shauna Norad. My family has had a cattle ranch in the south of Caroline for 3 generations, so evidence that you can pass on a family farm, and you can also make it attractive to a younger generation. It does take a lot of work and a lot of out-of-the-box thinking, for sure. One thing I would like to say here is I really am very thankful. I am in Division 6. I am very thankful that even though I've emailed numerous times and never got an answer from anybody from here, when I got a hold of Brian Cermak, we had a great conversation. He was very accessible and made it very clear to me that even though he might not agree with his constituents, he is going to vote for his constituents. That is what he was hired on for. That is what he was hired on for. Not to fill his pockets or anything else, and it's not a slur. You have to understand, in the days that we live in, you're not going to not run into some cynicism. And it's trickling down from the UN down. So you have to understand, even from your own kitchen table, how almost paranoid people are to believe faithfully that you actually have the back of the people that put you in office. And it's not an easy job. You know, I admire anybody that puts themselves forward to that, because you're going to take a lot of flack, and there is no making everybody happy. There isn't. When it comes to the development plan, the ambiguity is a problem because of how language has been twisted to fit whatever narrative and agenda the people behind it want to put forward, which is why it also is met with suspicion. Another thing I have a problem with is that in a lot of areas, the last say is given to an unelected official. It should not be to the CAO. It should be to the councillors who are accountable to the voters. So, and that's just for us keeping things in-house here. Regardless of where you're going to get your instructions or directions from, you have the rule of law that has to be applied. But remember, where do you live? What do you want it to look like? Thank you.
Thank you. And go ahead, please.
Hello, I'm Jolynn Bradshaw, and thank you guys so much for this today. It's very much appreciated. I know you're not in an easy spot, and we know that. I just wanted to say that when I first started studying this thing, probably 1.5 years ago, I've since changed my mind. I started out thinking, yes, a landowner should have the freedom to do whatever he or she wants with his land. If he wants to will it to his kids, I understand that, and I am an acreage owner that's extremely grateful to have that and appreciate other people having that same opportunity. However, I just wanted to add my voice to the concern of others today that the global thing is much more worrisome to me. Trying to dissolve our farmland and our ability to feed and sustain ourselves, so we're dependent on a big world system, that's far more concerning to me. So thank you for everybody that's presented those things, and thank you guys again.
Thank you very much. Again, one near final opportunity for people to come forward and share their comments in opposition. See a couple of people making their way forward. Good afternoon, welcome. Please state your name and share what you would like to share, please.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Linda Collinson, and have been born and raised in Clearwater County, previously MD 99. This is a area that I love very much, and first and foremost, I give glory to God because He's the one that brought me here. I've learned a few things today listening to people, and I don't know that there's a right answer in any of it other than we need less government telling us what to do and more people, our neighbors, speaking up for each other and saying, this is what we want. You guys are elected by the will of the people and by God's design. You need to listen to what people are telling you, represent them. We shouldn't have to go through a document this thick to try to figure out what it means and who it benefits. That's your job, to come back to us, the people, and say, this is what's going on. You need to know how it's going to affect you, and I want to hear what you think about it. That's your job. And that's how I really would like to see you guys deal with us, the people. You have a decision to make. You can represent government, bigger government, global government. You can decide to represent yourselves, how it's benefiting you and your future and your goals. Or you can decide, how is this benefiting the people that I represent and what do they want? That's all I got to say.
Thank you. And yeah, if you'd like to approach the podium and please share who you are and what you'd like to share with us.
My name is Ed Wall. I've been in the county since the mid-'70s. So in just observing what's gone on today, I have a couple of observations and a couple of questions. And I notice a lot of you have been taking notes. I've taken a lot of notes today as well. My question to you is, or what I'd like to see happen, is have another one of these meetings where you guys will interact, because to try and figure out who's who, I know Jordan, I think I have a tiny bit of an idea how he, thinks on things. So the questions that you have all written down, and how are you going to communicate the answer to those questions? I feel like you owe it to all of us to report back to us and allow us another opportunity where we can interact with you. And the other observation that I have had that troubles me, and I'm hesitant to bring it up, but when I walked in this morning, and I'm not a violent guy, I think I'm a really good law-abiding person, but I was stunned at the amount of law enforcement in here this morning. So am I to assume that I didn't think I was a problem? I don't think many of the people here thought they were a problem. I'm just wondering, how did it come to be that many were here? Were they requested to be here? Is there fear But anyhow, I'd love to see an opportunity for accountability for you guys to be able to converse with us, because we've just been able to present one side or our feelings. But it would really be nice to hear and try to understand where you're coming from. But anyhow, thank you.
Thank you for that. Again, an opportunity to share your comments.
I'm Robert Baker. I have some concerns with this, and none of them have been addressed so far. One of them is the size and scope of the document. Now, I'm not sure how anyone can produce a bylaw that looks after the development of the town of Nordegg and also looks after farmland in Stauffer. Two totally different things. And when you add all these things together, you're forced to vote on things you may not like to get things you do like, and it needs to be split up so that you get to pick these projects and actually vote on them, instead of just hold your nose and vote on something that you don't want to be a part of, but you have to get what you want done. That's not how it should work. This should be split up into different things. The second thing is with the intermunicipal part of it. There is way too much of the CAOs all getting together and deciding province-wide what's going to happen in each county, coming up with a plan and presenting it to you guys for a vote. They don't have any of our concerns at all to look after. They are there for their job only. And then you're forced, because I'm sure you weren't all sitting at the table going over this whole document and building it. It was done by bureaucrats. And if you look at each county, it'll be all done the same. All by the same planning people, all by the same like-minded bureaucrats that have one big flat goal in mind. And then you vote on it. And again, you hold your nose and vote on parts that you don't like. But there's parts you like. There's parts I like. I like the preservation of farmland. But I don't like this blanket thing that we're forced to endure. And part of that is the Saskatchewan River plan. That means, when you look at it, that people in Edmonton who are on the North Saskatchewan River can decide what we do here, because it might contaminate their water, which they do a good job of themselves, but they don't want us contaminating any of it, and they can restrict what we do here. If we totally agree on that North Saskatchewan River plan, and this bylaw states in there that you want the authority to approve this, they will make the regulations and you will then implement it. And I don't agree with that. I think there isn't a person here that wants to destroy the North Saskatchewan River. And I think you should take that into account. There's people in Edmonton that think that's all we want to do. And we're going to shut down your industry because you're ruining our water, when we're not. They don't care. Doesn't affect them. It affects us. And that's what you're here to look after, is us. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Again, I invite an opportunity for anyone wishing to speak in opposition. And I see some movement towards the mic. Good afternoon, welcome, and please share your name and what you'd like to comment on.
Thank you. My name is Shauna, and I live in this county. My family lived in this country since I was born. I moved away, I come back as an adult, bought an acreage, and I'm sure there's plenty of other people who have done the same thing. I'm very nervous because I'm very shy.
You're doing great.
I need an answer to a question, and that is, when you guys are elected, do you swear an oath of any kind whatsoever? And if so, what kind of oath is? Can you recite it, or at least give me some meaning of that oath? And if you don't want to answer that, that's fine. But I'm sure you did have to swear an oath, and I'm sure it's to the county to represent us in the best of your ability. And I believe that all of you deep inside know what's best here. And I think that whether it's some agenda or not agenda, when the people speak, you are paid, elected and paid to represent them and nobody else. So I think you should stand by what I believe you must have made an oath to, and that's us, the taxpayers, and give us what we want, not what somebody outside of this area wants. We pay the taxes, we live here, we bring our families here, we bring opportunity here with us. We grow this community. You guys need to represent us properly and with honor. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd invite anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition to step forward to the podium, and again, one more opportunity for anyone wishing to speak in opposition. And one final opportunity for anyone wishing to speak in opposition. Well, thank you all for being very respectful in the process here today. I appreciate this is a very emotional subject, and you've all handled yourselves in a very good way, and I appreciate you doing that. I would look to staff. Were there any written submissions opposing the request?
Yep, and again, letters were received from members of the public and were forwarded to council as they came in, and these letters have also been provided in print today. And so I will provide a list of the names of the compiled letters. Also, I will read out one email that again was received early this morning just before the hearing.
If you would, please.
Okay, so the names are Brianna Powell, Dara and Dave Wall, Amanda Thompson, Larry Butler, Doreen Butler, Darren Foster, Yanecki Steingig, David Sellinger, Jim Mitchell, Dr. Elizabeth Thompson, Cindy Leslie, Judith Desalneris, Jason Hollingsworth, Becky Fighton, Laurel Cobles, Randy McGee, Marlon Kirstein, Kim and Dennis Simo, James, Chantel, Dave, and Gail Taylor, Dan Warkenton, Scott and Shana Pritchard, Keith Smith, Steve Clow, Bev Smith, Grace Qualley, Brett Cobles, Monica LaRose, Crystal Ketchum, and Bob Roper. And then the letter received this morning was from Lauren Turner. It says, with current weather conditions, we may not be able to make it to the public hearing to voice our displeasure with the subdivision proposal in the MDP. It is unfortunate that one meeting date in one location is deemed adequate when the intent is to find out what people of Clearwater County think is appropriate. We feel one subdivision per quarter section is adequate due to some of the following concerns. Loss of arable land. Canada is losing a staggering amount of agricultural land every year, with Alberta being no exception. There is a saying that goes, no soil, no civilization. Something for council to consider in your decision. Infrastructure. Millions would have to be spent on roads in order to handle the increased traffic flow and still accommodate other uses, such as moving farm equipment. It would make sense to maximize the use of land within the hamlets in the county for residential development instead of acreages. Services are already there. Existing acreage owners we have talked to are not in favor of the MDP that passed first reading. They generally moved so they could have their own privacy. The logical place for another subdivision is often beside an existing acreage. Realtors say there is a shortage of acreage listings. We understand the Highway 11 plan for twinning will result in fragmentation of many properties, making parts of them no longer agriculturally viable. This information should be public by June 2023. It has the potential to create more listings. As far as wanting to urbanize the county, a simple no. There is not a gasoline alley. It is time to get along with Rocky and let them develop. It seems there are enough residential and commercial properties in town. Remember previous councils, we don't have to go back far. That council did not adequately consult with county residents and forged ahead with their decision. They paid dearly at the next election. I believe the only council member re-elected was the one who had voted against the project. So consider your vote carefully and make sure it is what the people are wanting. To us, it seems consultation hasn't been adequate, and this was likely due to COVID restrictions in previous years, but it is not too late to get it right. So you can say this is what the people wanted rather than appearing to play favors with developers. Thanks for considering our comments, Barb and Lauren Turner.
All right, and there were no other written responses? That's it? Okay, did staff or our consultant have any final remarks?
I
Ms.
think
Armitage.
we've heard a lot of feedback today, and I think that it will take some time to digest that, work through what the recommendations would be coming forward. And so I think the greatest comment I have is thank you to everyone who came out, provided their feedback, either in writing or today. And we look forward to incorporating comments and recommendations for council to consider.
Thank you very much. And with that takes us to the end of the hearing portion of our meeting of the day. So I will close the hearing. No motions will be entertained at this time. So that takes us down our agenda to, I think, just bear with me for a second here as I go through a very large stack of paper and find my agenda. So that takes us down to item 4 on the agenda, which is consideration of second reading. That's Bylaw 113/22 Municipal Development Plan. And so I would look to council. I think we've heard a lot of information today. I know I have a stack of paper I've been handed that I know will take some time to compile. That's a petition. And I would suggest that the path forward would be for us to look at the comments of the day and have administration come back with any potential amendments, but I would be willing for anybody within council to make a motion somewheres along that effect or another. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Yeah, it's not like council, we don't have the little light.
I know, we're used to a little light that lets us know it's our turn to speak.
Thank you. I would like to move that we shelf second reading. We have heard a lot. A lot of amendments are going to hopefully be coming out of this. I know I have a list. We need an opportunity to do that very thing before we even consider moving on to second reading, if at all. So I would motion to shelf this to a further meeting.
Shelf, or are you saying to
Table, well,
table
it's-
that? Okay.
Yes, table, shelf.
Okay, a discussion on that motion? Councillor Northcott?
I'll give a little bit of a comment here. Just to give all of council, for me, I would be in favor of just defeating the whole document and creating a document that is easier and clearer and easier to understand. But with the will of council, there was, or like, just to allow all of council time to be able to digest the information and just keep that opportunity open so everybody can think about the comments that were reviewed today. But anyways, that's my stance on it, so I just wanted everybody to know that.
Thank you, Councillor Northcott. So we do have a motion before us, and that is essentially to table second reading. Any further discussion on that motion? Councillor Swanson, please.
Just for clarification, even though we table the second reading, the existing MDP is still in force, correct? Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion before I call that question? All those in favor then? No, you cannot.
I want to know what the time limit is for what you're going to table this. Is it going to be for
It'll be brought forward to,
10 weeks? Is it going to be for a year? Put a time limit on it.
it will be brought forward at a later council meeting.
A later one? No.
We hold regular council meetings every 2 weeks, 2 weeks. You have given us a lot of information here to try to accommodate within any amendments, or if it's necessary to start again, as somebody had mentioned. We need time for administration and our consultant to be able to collate the data we've gathered today. Trust me, I would say I have 30 pages of notes that I need to go through. It definitely takes, we are human, it does take time to process what we've heard, and I think you would want the comments that you shared today with us and spent your time sharing with it to be taken seriously. It does take time to do that. So I can't give you a definite date. It's definitely been on our work schedule here as a council for the last 4 years, and we're trying to move this forward in an approachable way. So I can't give you a date. That agenda will be set and will be published, and you will have at least 2 weeks' notice, or at least a week's notice before that would be coming before. And we'll make sure that through our social media, through our website, that we make sure the community is informed, as we always have in this process. So right now, we have a motion before us. If there is no further clarification needed from council. Well, thank you for your comments, Arlen.
I'm letting you know what we all feel. Every one of us here feels the same way. We must
And
tell us, each one of you stand up and tell us, are you for it or against? Great.
I can tell you that the majority of council thought it was important that you had this day today to be able to share your comments. And we want to be respectful that we take your comments and try to formulate the best plan going forward. And it may very well be what some of you have suggested and are suggesting is the very simple process forward is just to say no. I can't guarantee, I only speak for myself, I don't speak for the remainder of council. But right now, I'm sorry, we have a motion before us that will table this decision to a later date.
Well, I just thought I'd bring it to a point.
So thank you for that.
And I think everyone here feels exactly the same way.
Well, I'm glad you can speak for everybody here. But right now, we're speaking to the motion before this council's decision-making. So thank you for that. So with that, I will ask for, I think I was at the point of saying all those in favor of the motion before us. All those in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. And with that, that takes us to the end of our agenda. And I would look for a motion for adjournment. Councillor Northcott? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.